Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Uncivil Law, where we learn from the misfortunes of others. As always, I'm your host, Uncivil Law, a licensed attorney in Texas, Virginia, and before the United States Supreme Court. And I hope today is the day I earn that subscription. We are here with our continuing coverage of the Scot Peterson trial in Florida. The school resource officer has been on trial for the last 2 weeks. The state has rested its case. The defense has begun its case. The state's case for him being a caregiver within the meaning of the statute is deeply questionable and I don't think works as a matter of law. So I don't think that he is or can be a caregiver within the meaning of the statute. The fact that he, was kind to students occasionally and mentored them in some way. I mean, it can't be enough. It can't be enough. Every school resource officer is now suddenly a has a duty to every child in their schools. I don't think so. So the facts are a little nebulous, but and especially given the time frames we're talking about. I thought it was 40 minutes, but now we're talking about 4 minutes. And so it's a little bit nebulous that he was in breach of duty and given the time frame. So the facts are nebulous, and under the law, I'm not sure it's legally applicable at all. So if he's convicted, I imagine we're off to an appeal on the law. And the perjury charge, I think, is a complete non-starter. I don't think any reasonable jury can convict on the perjury charge. The question that was asked is not clear enough for the answer to be a lie. It is ambiguous what the question was, at least on the way it was written, and what the answer was in reference to is ambiguous, and I do not think that perjury is cognizable on the facts. So I think a directed verdict for perjury should have been issued, in my humble legal judgment. And I deeply, deeply question the legal applicability. So I have a lot of problems with this case as it's progressing. We will see. We will see. And I have my protein coffee for my lunch, so I'm excited about that. We are just waiting for this thing to start. There's a picture of the jury box again, which we have seen people with the jury in sometimes. Very exciting. We will see how it all progresses. Apologies, by the way, for silence. I was trying to do something else and I'm not running at full speed. So I was a little bit distracted there, and that was my fault. But anyways, I did want to begin the stream by thanking people who contributed to the last stream financially, because I also forgot to do that because I'm tired. Last chat, Jules Buddha gave 20 gift memberships. Thank you very much, Jules Buddha, for your continuing support. Summer Butterfly is member for 6 months, and Sandra Ramirez gave $5 in super chat, which is also extensively I appreciate it. Thank you. So we will see how this is all going. So I have my doubts on this, and we will see. I've already had much caffeine. I have coffee with protein powder, and we'll see how that goes. And we're just waiting for the trial to start again with the defense's witness and case in chief. Those chairs look uncomfortable. I've seen worse. I've seen worse. For jury seats, they don't look too bad, to be honest.
I have Mr. Igosh present with Mr. Peterson, likewise present. We are outside the presence of the jury. State anything you need to address before we resume with the defense presentation.
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything you need to address.
No, Your Honor.
Please bring the jury in.
Okay. I think he's going to be convicted. I think he's going to be convicted. I would imagine. I think he's going to be convicted. I don't think he should be, but I think he's going to be convicted if I had to bet. Thank you for the £5 from Aaron Morgan. Have a coffee on me, Kurt. Nice to be here. My name is pronounced Aaron. My mom was being awkward with the Y. All right, fair enough. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it as always.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back in those same seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I will give you a moment to get the notepads back out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a nice evening yesterday evening, and I hope you enjoyed the time back at your normal lives this morning. When we pressed pause on the trial yesterday, we were in the middle of the defense presentation. We're going to resume at that point. Mr. Igosh, when you are ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Ruby Harris. Ruby Harris.
Yeah, the JOA was denied. It shouldn't have been, but it was. I thought the judge was going to do it for a minute, but not so much. For the 158 of you who are here, by the way, thank you for being here as we watch this trial. Just a kind reminder to please retweet that pinned comment. It does make a huge difference to the channel, I believe. Really does, to help get the name out of the channel, make sure people are aware of the channel. Really do appreciate everyone who retweets the pinned comment. Make sure that we get as much traction as we can. Try to keep things interesting and try to see the testimony and hear what happens. I appreciate every one of you who joins me.
Please be seated. And once you are seated, if I can just scoot that chair all the way forward as your full name.
I'm getting double
Ruby
audio from
Harris,
somewhere.
RUBYHARRIS.
Mr. Argos, you may inquire.
Thank you so much. You want me to call you Ruby or Miss Harris?
Ruby's good.
Okay, Ruby. Good afternoon, Ruby.
Hello.
Have you ever testified in court before?
No,
How are you feeling right now?
I'm kind of nervous.
Okay, I'll get you through it as quickly as possible. You're in college right now?
Yeah, I'm at Broward College.
And what are you studying to become?
An elementary school teacher.
Okay. And were you a student back on February 14, 2018?
Yes.
And what school did you go to?
Stoneman Douglas, Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School.
And what year were you in?
I was in my sophomore year.
Good. I found the other
Do you
source of the
also
audio. It's driving me
have
crazy. I'm
anyone
getting double
else
audio on
that
my
you
ear.
might know who goes to that school that is related to you?
Yes, my sister.
And what is her name?
Perry Harris.
Is she older or younger?
What's her name?
Perry Harris.
Thank you.
She's my younger sister.
Okay. Younger by how many years?
18 months.
Okay. And so what building were you in before the afternoon fire alarm went off?
I was in the 700 building.
And what class were you in?
Miss Hertzfeld's class.
Miss
Room 7.
Hertzfeld, did you say?
Yeah, Miss Hertzfeld.
And what class is that? Remind the jurors what that
Room
is.
710.
And what kind of class is that?
It was our theater class.
Okay. Let me show you a diagram and see if you can identify. Actually, let me start with the photograph. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit E. And if you could take a look at this and tell the jurors if you see kind of the area where your classroom would be.
Yeah,
Okay, if you could point to it.
it's right behind the pole right here is the door.
Okay. Can you just put your finger on it for a second? Okay, so
Okay.
just closest to you on the other side of that pole, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay. And that's on the first floor, correct?
yes,
Is your sister also in that class with you?
yes.
And what were you doing right before the fire alarm went off?
The class was rehearsing for the upcoming musical, and I wasn't in it, so I was sitting on the side doing classwork and just watching.
Okay. Did anything unusual happen?
The fire alarm went off for the second time.
Meaning it had gone off before?
Yes,
And when did it go off before?
during second period.
All right. Was that in the morning time?
Yeah, that morning.
All right. Let's talk about the one that happened in the afternoon, right? Was this right before you guys were going to be let out for the day?
Yes.
All right. Tell the jurors what happened. You hear the loud noise, right?
Yeah, we heard the fire alarm go off, and then when we left the classroom, I walked outside and I heard just 3 really loud bangs, and then my entire class ran back inside, and I followed my class, and we all just ran back in. And
Okay. Let me just slow that down for one moment. Let me show you the photo again. Describe for the jurors, do you have a set path that you're supposed to take when you have a fire drill?
yes, we do.
Okay. show them where you were supposed to go had you made it all the way. So if your classroom is here, if you can track with your finger where you're supposed to walk.
We were supposed to go like all the way like towards like the senior lot, like right down there. I'm not sure like what path we were supposed to take, like which
Okay.
way, but like our location was like back there by the.
Do you know whether that's east or west?
I'm
It's
not
hard,
sure.
I know. Let me just say this. Is that in the opposite direction of the football field?
Yes.
Okay. So you're walking towards that area, and then do you know about how far you got before you heard shots?
Like probably like over there, like in the
All
middle.
right, guys, I'll be right back. I have to make a phone
So
call.
it's somewhere in the
real quick.
grass area?
Yeah.
And when you heard the shots, did you see anyone else as you looked east?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see either my client or Mr. Greenleaf?
I saw. Well, I don't know where exactly I saw it because everything was just so quick.
Yeah.
But I did see a golf cart, and I feel like the golf cart, somebody was on there telling us like go back inside, or like something told something was telling us like it was dangerous or something. We should go inside.
Okay. By the way, what I'm asking from you, did you ever have a chance to speak with any law enforcement officer in the past and give information?
Yes, somebody came to my house.
Okay. And do you remember offhand who that was?
I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your statement, would that refresh your recollection as to who it was who interviewed you?
Yes, I would.
As she's marking that, do you remember also when this was? How long after the February 14, 2018 shooting was it that someone came to your house to interview you?
I don't remember how long.
Okay. And would looking at your statement refresh your recollection?
Yes, that would.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit M, which the state has.
Is that Animal Mary?
Yeah. If you could take a look at this and let me know if that refreshes your recollection as to who it was who questioned you.
Yes, Inspector Keith Riddick.
Keith Riddick?
Yes.
And do you remember what day he came out to interview you?
I don't remember, but on here it says it was on September 6th of 2018.
September 2018. All right, thank you. So when you're on the grass, as you testified, heading towards the spot that you're supposed to go for fire drills, what did you hear?
I just heard like loud bangs, like noises, like just loud, like boom, like.
Did you know what they were?
No, I did not.
About how many did you hear?
I remember hearing 3.
Okay. And as a result, what did you do when you heard those noises?
We ran straight back into our classroom.
And then what did you do?
We went into the closet
And then how long did you stay in the closet?
for 2 hours, like around there.
Okay. Let me just finish with a couple questions about the sound, okay? When you heard those sounds, did you know right away that they were gunfire?
No,
Did you know where they were coming from?
no.
Where did you think that they might be coming from?
Like just somewhere straight ahead of us, like the senior lot. That's where I thought.
Can you repeat that? I don't hear that well.
In the senior lot, like straight ahead of us.
Okay. Let me just show you a map and see if you can identify where it is that you thought the sounds might have been coming from. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit F. Just take a moment, just look at this, okay? If this is the 700 building, that's the 1200 building, okay? Can you identify where it is that you thought the sounds may be coming from?
like here, like anywhere in like this area, like somewhere, like I could have been anywhere
Okay.
over there.
You can't narrow it down, can you?
We didn't even know.
And when you say here, it looked like, I don't know what words in your mouth, did it look like you were gesturing towards the senior lot
Yes.
up here, above the 13 building? Is that where you were gesturing?
Yes, like everywhere past like the senior lots.
Could you swear it was from that area, or it could have been multiple other areas as well?
I mean, we didn't know, but like
Okay.
it just sounded like it was coming straight ahead in the senior lots, like straight ahead of where we were. So that's what I thought.
Did you ever think the sounds that you heard were contained in a particular building?
No.
Did you ever think that those sounds were coming from the 1200 building?
No.
I thank you for coming in. I wish you the very best in your profession.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
So how old were you when this happened?
I was 16.
So you were 16 when you suddenly were put in a situation where you heard these sounds, correct? Can you explain for the jury how loud they were?
It was very, very loud, like really loud, like maybe like sounded like a firework went off, but it was just like really loud.
And you were able to determine in that moment that from the 700 building, you knew that the sounds were coming from in front of you, north of you, correct?
Yes.
And it was an African-American man that waved you to safety, correct?
I think so. I don't remember fully.
Would a copy of your statement help refresh your memory?
Yes.
So the point of the exercise, the lawyer's going to show you something, just read it to yourself to see if that refreshes your memory. Take as much time as you need. When you're done looking at it, you can look up, and I'm sure the lawyers will have more questions for you. What I don't want you to do is read out loud from the document, okay? Just read it to yourself, and then when you're done, they'll ask you some more questions.
Okay.
May I approach, Judge?
Yeah, go ahead.
And for court and counsel's records, it's page 2. I'm going to direct you to line 29. If you could please just read that quietly to yourself. And then just look up at me when you're done.
How's the audio levels, by the way? Are they good?
The
Bad?
line numbers are on the left.
Okay. I mean, I know the audio sucks, but how much does it suck? I guess
Can
I
you show
should
me
ask the
where it
question that way.
No, it's okay. Here are the numbers. So if you look at line 29,
Oh, okay.
there you go. Just read it to yourself, don't read it out loud.
All right, good.
Oh, so I don't know who it was, but I just thought I saw somebody. Like I thought I saw an African American man on a golf cart. That's what I thought I saw, but I don't know where. I just remember seeing that.
Do you remember while you were at school ever meeting a man by the name of Mr. Greenleaf?
Like during assemblies, yeah.
Okay. The person that waved you to safety was not the man sitting at that table, correct?
I don't know. I don't think.
Now, the sounds, you said they were coming from the senior lot. Is the senior lot parallel to the 1200 building?
Yes.
Okay. And you've explained in the past that after you heard those first 3 loud bangs that you then retreated into a closet, correct?
Yes, we did.
And you stayed inside that closet, inside the classroom, inside the 700 building for the remainder of that time period.
Yes.
Now, during active shooters, students have their role that they're assigned during Code Red, right? They're supposed to get down, hide, lock the classroom doors, correct?
Yes.
And teachers have their roles, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree that the point of that is that you're to stay put until the police arrive, correct?
Yes.
And nothing else.
Based on that, any reading?
This one, yeah.
Go ahead.
The prosecutor asked you if the lot, the senior lot that you were referring to, runs parallel to the 1200 building, right? Does it also run parallel to the 13 building? You were pointing up here, correct?
Yes.
All right. And is that north of the 1300 building?
Yes.
This senior parking lot, how would you describe it? Would it be a small
No,
lot?
it's very, very, very big. It's pretty big.
And does it also extend all the way around and in front of Building 800?
Yeah.
Okay. And the area that you were indicating earlier was to the north or up on top of the 1300 building, correct?
Yes, just
And-
everywhere like straight ahead of where we were. Like could have been anywhere north of us.
Okay, thank you. That'd be fine.
Based on that, you recross?
No, Judge.
Mr. Eyewash, is the witness excused?
Yes.
All right, you may step down, thank you very much. While she
No
is doing
recross,
that,
that's nice for a
defense,
change.
you may call your next witness.
The defense next calls Perry Harris. Perry Harris.
Yeah, they were unclear on the timeline in the earlier. I thought they had said 40 minutes, which does seem like a long time for shooting to happen, but they said 40 minutes. Well, the shooting actually was only 4 minutes long. So I was confused on the narrative right from the start. And like what they were trying to prove. Because it's like, okay, there were only paces here, and then they said something about 4 minutes. I'm like, wait a second, what are they trying to prove again? So I was confused about what they're trying to prove, and that's not a good place to be.
If I could have you come all the way up here to the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, or before you have a seat, you can just stop and look at me, please. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
See if I can get this one's name now that I don't have double audio in my head.
And once you are seated, I'll get you to scoot that chair all the way up forward as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Perry Harris, Perriharris.
Mr. Eyewash, you may inquire.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Ms. Harris. Do you prefer to call you Miss Harris or Perry?
Perry's fine.
Okay. Perry, are you currently in school?
Yes, I go to the University of Tampa.
And what are you studying?
I study musical theater with a minor in public relations.
You want to get to Broadway? Is that
Yeah, that's the goal.
okay? And what year are you in?
I'm going to my junior year.
This is your
And
time
who
to
is
shine.
This gal named Ruby Harris.
Ruby's my sister.
Older, younger?
Older.
Did you guys go to school together?
We did, yes.
Where did you go to school?
Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School.
And back on February 14, 2018, what year were you in?
I was my freshman year.
And your sister?
She was a sophomore.
And what class were you in when the second fire alarm went off?
We were in Miss Hertzfeld's class.
And how many people approximately are actually in that class?
It was a big amount of people. It was like 60.
Okay. That's not normal, right? There's usually not that many people in the
No.
class, right?
Yeah, that was a big class.
Right. And let me just have you identify, if you could. Do you remember which floor that was on?
The first one.
And if I showed you a photo, would you be able to identify which classroom you're in?
Yes.
Okay, I'm showing you what is Defense Exhibit E. Take a look at that and show us where your classroom is located.
Right here.
Okay, just to the side of the pole,
Yeah.
closest to you?
Mhm.
Is that a yes? Sorry, that was
Yes,
taken
sorry.
down. Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect, okay. So I'm going to leave this up there.
Okay.
The fire alarm goes off, and what happens?
So we were rehearsing, and Miss Hertzfeld, it was weird because it was the second one of the day. So we like kind of waited a little bit, but then we went outside. I don't have a full exact memory of exactly what happened. I don't really recall exactly how far it went, but according to the video of the surveillance footage, I know. We like walked to the grassy area.
Okay. Show me where it is that you walked. When you say grassy area, is that the grass area right outside your room?
Yeah. Maybe like there,
Okay,
somewhere over there.
okay. And this is pretty close. Can you show us where the 1200 building is?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, it's right across.
Mhm.
Your classroom faces the 1200 building, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. And what happens when you leave for the fire alarm and you get to the grass area? What happens?
We got there and we heard loud bangs, and so we all ran back inside.
And did you know what those loud bangs were?
No. I'd never heard anything like that before, so I didn't really know.
And we'll discuss in a moment what you thought and where you thought they were coming from. But what do you do as a result of hearing those loud bangs?
We ran the other way, back inside.
And then what did you do when you were in your classroom?
We ran into, some of us, well, I was in like the back closet, and then the other people were in the office. It was like only, I don't know, like 10 people in the small closet, and then the rest of everyone else was in the office room inside the class. And then Hertzfeld brought everybody into the closet.
Okay. What you're telling us here today, have you ever sat down with a law enforcement officer to give testimony, sworn testimony?
Yes.
And do you remember where that occurred?
It was in my house.
All right. And was your sister present?
She did it as well. She was in the house, yeah.
Okay. And do you remember offhand the name of the law enforcement officer who interviewed you?
I know it was Keith, but I don't know his last name.
Okay. If I showed you your statement, would that refresh your recollection as to the last name of that
Yes.
person? All right, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit N. You take a look. And also let us know the date, well, if you remember the date as well, I'm going to ask you about that. But just, who was the agent who was there?
Keith Riddick.
Okay. And you answered all of his questions, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you remember he swore you in under oath to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
Is that yes?
Sorry.
I didn't tell you, that noise she can't write down.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Okay, let me have that back, thank you. But do you remember the date that he came out?
I know it was when I was a sophomore. It was, I think, the beginning of September.
Okay. And everything that you're telling us, this is what you discussed with him, correct?
Yes.
And so I want to now go back to when you heard the loud bangs as you're there by the 1200 building right outside your classroom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where
Yes.
did you think those loud bangs were coming from?
I thought it was the football field or Westglades, the middle school.
Okay. Let me just show you a map.
Mm-hmm.
If I showed you a map, would you be able to identify where you think you heard the sounds coming from?
Yes.
Take a look. You see 700 building is there, 1200 buildings
Yes.
just north of that. Where did you believe that the sounds were coming from?
There. There's the
You're
ball.
pointing up there, the football field?
Yes.
Okay. Did you think that the sounds were coming from inside or outside?
Outside. Or I mean, I thought it was a football field, so outside, yeah.
Okay. And did you ever think, obviously you said football field, but I have to ask the question, did you ever think it was the shots were coming from somewhere contained inside some particular building?
No.
That's not what it sounded like to you, correct?
Ooh, leading. Be careful.
And did you ever think for a moment as you're standing there, and even upon reflection, wow, those sounds sound like they're coming from inside the 1200 building?
No.
That never occurred to you, right?
Mm-mm.
Is that enough?
Leading.
No. I'm so sorry. No.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, cross-examination.
He just can't help himself, can he? He just has to get that extra spike the football moment, right? He just has to get that last confirmation.
Hi.
Ugh.
You were 14 at the time?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you had no idea what was going on, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you just know that you heard multiple loud bangs and then you ran to safety.
Yes.
And at the time, you, not to sound silly, but you weren't trained as a police officer. You weren't trained.
He is a
to
very
know
good
what the sounds
attorney.
of
He is a
gunfire
very good
sounds like,
attorney. He
correct?
just
No,
has some
yeah, it was
flaws.
not.
Okay. So your primary concern was running to safety.
He's a very
Yes.
good attorney.
And
He
that's
does
where
have
your
some
focus was.
flaws.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, during an active shooting,
I guess if the other
code
side's
red,
not gonna
everyone
call
on
him on
campus
it, then
has a
why
role,
not?
Correct?
Yes.
All right. And what was your role?
To go inside and
But he wants to make
seek
sure the jury
safety.
really heard it.
And were you
Which,
all
you know, to be
instructed and
fair,
taught that once
is
you're
not an invalid
inside and safe,
consideration,
that you're supposed
so.
to wait for a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And it's a police officer's job to come and make sure that you're okay.
Yes.
Did you ever see Scot Peterson that day?
No.
All right, thank you. Nothing else.
Based on that, can you redirect?
No, Your Honor, no questions.
Is the witness excused?
Yes, sir.
You may step down. Thank you very much. While she's doing that defense, you may call your next witness.
The defense next calls Deputy Brian Goolsby. Deputy Brian Goolsby.
All right, how are we spelling Goolsby? Is it Goolsby? Sounds like it. How are we spelling this? Also, what's the ethnicity of Goolsby? It sounds like a fop name from like England or something. Hello, I'm here on Wicked on Thornsby, and my name is Brian Goolsby, and I'd like to sell you some tickets today, sir, if you don't mind. That's what it sounds like to me. Is that wrong?
Sir, if I could have you come all the way through the witness stand, please. Once you reach it, before you have a seat, if you could just stop and look at me. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. And sir, once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot
I'm the
back there
sheriff
all
of
the way
Wicked
forward
on
as far as
Thorn,
it will go.
jolly old
State
England.
Your full name and spell your full name.
Brian Goolsby, Brian Goolsby.
Yep,
Mr.
I was right the first time.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's sergeant now, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. How long have you been a sergeant?
I was promoted in August of 2000.
So it's been 2000?
I'm sorry, 2020.
2020?
2020, yes, sir.
Got it. Okay. And who do you work for?
The Broward County Sheriff's Office.
That's the same agency that my client used to work for, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. And where do you patrol?
I'm currently assigned to the Central Broward and Lauderdale Lakes District on the midnight shift.
And do you supervise any officers?
I do.
Tell the jurors about your responsibility. What do you do?
I'm a patrol supervisor. I have usually 9 to 12 deputies that work for me in 2 separate districts, one being the city of Lauderdale Lakes and the other being the unincorporated area of Central Broward. I am in charge of supervising them
Oh, I do
throughout the
love
night,
Turkish
assigning them to
delight.
their patrol zones.
It is one of my
and,
favorite treats.
handling any sort of issues
Would
that
you
might
like a
come up
pie,
throughout
sir?
the evening that they would have problems with.
And how many total years in law enforcement do you have?
27 years.
Was that all with BSL?
I worked for the city of Delray Beach for approximately 11 months.
Otherwise, you've been with BSL, correct?
Yes, I
And
have.
you're well aware of their policies and procedures, correct?
I am.
Okay. And you've also gone through active shooter training, correct?
Yes, I have.
All right, we'll talk about that in a bit. First of all, what drew your attention to Marjory Stoneman Douglas that day?
There was a radio transmission that came across that
Oh no, sir, they're not beef pot pies, they're black
was
currants.
staticky and
Only the
garbled,
best
but
black
sounded
currant
like
pies in our
somebody
jolly
was,
old
in
kingdom here.
distress.
What did you mean by static?
Wonderful fruit pie, sir, for your taste.
Inside of the
also have some
Parkland
rhubarb
District
if you like,
office,
sir.
particularly the radios were, the connectivity of the radios wasn't that great. We would have static on the radio most of the time. Quite often we'd have to go outside to make transmissions on the radio. So it was very difficult to use the radio in the building.
And that's on any given day, not just necessarily the day of the shooting, correct?
That was correct, yes.
Did you ever make your concerns known about how the radios were not working for you?
Yes, we did.
And did anybody tell you
This is
anything
such a
in response?
faff, my friends.
I know that it was passed up the chain of command, but I wasn't at that level to know what the outcome was.
You don't get to decide what radios you use, correct?
No, I do not.
Nor did Scot Peterson. He has to use whatever's provided, correct?
That's correct.
I'm on my way
And
to
by
a
the way,
minstrel
speaking of
show,
Scot
sir,
Peterson, did you ever know
You
Scot
join
Peterson
me.
prior to the day of the shooting?
for this
Yes, I
wonderful,
did.
How did you know?
Ferrari harum.
I was assigned to, well, actually, he came after
It was
me, so I was
Brian.
assigned there since 2003 in the city of Parkland. And when Scot Peterson came to the position of the SRO at Marjory Stoneman Douglas, that's when I met him.
Did you supervise him?
I did not.
Okay. And tell us about your interaction and how he did professionally.
At that time, I was a property crimes detective in the district, so I would occasionally be called over to the school to assist Deputy Peterson with investigations involving thefts. He made, he made some arrests at the school, and he had some interaction with students that were accused of committing property crimes and things like that. So I would come over and would help investigate those cases.
Did you find him to be professional to work with?
Yes.
Was he ever hesitant to do anything you asked him to do?
No, he's very proactive.
I
very
think
professional.
Brian Goolsby over here missed his
So what drew you to the
profession.
school? Why did you
He
go
shouldn't
to
be a
Marjory?
sheriff. He should be a friar.
The second transmission
Hello,
that
my
came
name
over
is
the radio
Friar
was a
Brian
little more
Goolsby.
clear, and I could tell
I make
that it
meat
was,
in my
Deputy
basement, sir.
Peterson's voice.
Can
So
I
I knew right
interest you in
away
a
he had an
blueberry
issue with
pie?
the
It's the
school,
finest
which,
blueberry of all Worcestershire.
You know, over the years that I've been there, we've had fights and other issues. So if he comes on the radio and is asking for units to respond, it's usually something that we need to get over there and help out with. So I headed that way.
Would you
Had
like
he
some
not made
meat,
that
sir? Comes from my
transmission,
very
would
own
you ever
honey,
have gone to
from
the
the bees
school?
I tend to in my farm. Right next
Not
to my
until I
blueberries that I also
learned
make my
there being
pies
something
from.
else happening there.
In other words, he was the first person who alerted you to come to the school, correct?
Yes, he was.
That something was possibly either an active shooter or fireworks or something that needed your attention, correct?
Yes.
And so what happens next?
I get out to my vehicle, I hopped in and took off towards the school and drove to the north side of Douglas High School.
Are deputies trained when they think that there's even possibly shots fired to get on their radios immediately and report that?
Yes,
No one's ever instructed to delay reporting that, correct?
no.
And so what happens when you get to the school? How long did it take you first to get there?
It maybe a minute and a half or so to get to the school. Once I got there, I exited, put on my vest, grabbed my rifle, and I ran towards the west student parking lot gate to try to enter into the school.
And why do you wear a vest, bulletproof vest?
Stops bullets. It's ballistic protection. It keeps, we hope that it'll stop rounds being fired at us.
And what happened next?
As I was running west down the sidewalk, I heard
Why is
a
Green
series of
used so heavily
gunshots,
in
or what I
sheriffs?
believe were gunshots.
Because he's a sheriff of the forest, don't
And
you know?
How many did you hear?
He's the sheriff of
I
the
believe I heard
forest.
5.
And he goes into the forest to
And
hunt that.
Where were you?
Really, Robin Hood.
Are you able to tell us kind of
But
where
he's
you
going to
were?
become
Yes.
converted because he's going to become a friar
I'm
for
gonna show
the
you what
Robin
they
Hood and
marked
make some
as
mead.
Defense Exhibit F. If you could just take a look at that and
My name is Brian
point
Goolsby.
to where it was that you arrived, where you arrived.
Here's Holmberg Road, so I passed through Pine Island and I stopped approximately about here. Pulled into the turn lane.
Are you pointing to the B in Holmberg, somewhere around there?
Yeah, right around, yeah,
And that would have been just north of the 1200 building?
that's correct.
Okay. But between you and the 1200 building is a parking lot, correct?
Yes, this parking lot here.
Yeah. Describe to the jurors, because, how large that parking lot is.
It's approximately 75 to 80 yards from Holmberg Road to the sidewalk.
Okay. So 3/4 of the football field at least.
Yes.
And were you by your vehicle when you heard these shots, or had you moved?
I was about midway between my vehicle and the west gate.
Okay. And you said you heard about 5 shots?
That's correct.
And did you identify them as shots right away?
There was a possibility it could have been fireworks, but it was leaning more towards it being gunshots.
Okay. And where did they sound like they were coming from?
It sounded to me that they were coming from ground level in between what appeared, or what ended up being building 1200 and 1300.
Okay. You can just identify where you thought that they might have been.
In this area right in here,
Okay.
or somewhere beyond that, but in this area.
So could that have included the areas around the go-between the 13 and the 1200 building? In other words, just north or just south of that area?
Yes.
Okay. How wide of an area were you considering? You know, if you kind of narrow down, what was the best you were able to get?
North of me, further out from me, it could have been 200 to 300 yards, and to the west, it could have been, to me, it didn't seem like it was quite to the football field. So it was in between the west end of 1200, possibly further into the school, and then to the west of about the football field.
All right, so just, if we did it north, how far north could it possibly be in terms of yards, ballpark?
It could have been as far as the other end of the school. I couldn't, the depth of it, I really couldn't perceive.
So is it fair to say then you're saying it could have been hundreds of yards in any direction?
It seemed to be due north of me,
Right.
I'm sorry, due south of me,
Right.
but not so wide east and west.
Got it. And so what do you do when you hear the sounds?
I'm sorry, what did I do or what?
Yeah, what did you do after you heard the sounds?
So once we heard, or I heard those shots, myself and Deputy Perry had made it to the west gate, which I was sure was going to be open at that time of the day because it usually is. So the gate was locked. So when we got there, there were no more shots. So I took a position there and started scanning to try to find out if I could see where maybe the shooter was or any other stimulus that might lead me to believe where they might be.
Were you also monitoring your BSO radio?
I was.
Now, up to that point, had you learned from BSO, dispatch, or any officers precisely where the shooter or shooters were located?
No.
Had you known how many shooters or how many shooters might have been on campus?
No.
In your mind, are you thinking that there's just one?
It's never a good idea to assume there's only one, so we always assume there could be more.
Are you trained to believe that there could be multiple shooters unless you know otherwise?
Yes.
And that was in your mindset as you're hearing this, correct?
Yes, it was.
Did you think, well, the shots are contained, or you thought could be in this area, and so that means that's the only place the shots would be coming from?
Well, there was the possibility that they could be coming from other places, or there could be another shooter somewhere else.
And that was something that was on your mind in real time, correct?
Yes, it was.
Objections to leading on.
Well, it is leading, yeah. The
What is-
question's overruled, but Mr. Agash, this is all direct examination,
Got it.
so you have to ask direct examination.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Was that something on your mind? at the
Yes.
time? Okay. And how were your radios functioning at that point? We talked about it when you know, how it is in general, and then as you heard that first initial dispatch, transcription, whatever came out. How is the radio now after you heard the shots?
So I was able to make a number of transmissions, maybe 5 to 7 transmissions over the entire, well, up until the radios completely crashed. But in between each time that I would try to key my radio, I would key it 3-4 times and get a busy signal on the radio.
When you say key it, what does that mean?
Pushing the push to talk button on the radio to be able to talk into it to transmit.
And was that a problem?
Yes, it was a problem because I couldn't get any transmissions out.
And tell the jurors how that becomes a problem for first responders like Scot Peterson.
Communication's key. So we're all in different areas of the school. We need to be able to relay what it is that we're each seeing, hearing, what our senses are telling us. So if I see something that's happening in my area where I'm at, I need to be able to relay that information on the radio to the other deputies that are on the scene.
And what is patching? Patching radios, what is that?
So at BSO, we have multiple talk groups. Each district has a talk group. So in the event that a situation is spilling over into another district, we can patch our talk group with the other talk group. So 2 cities next to each other would be able to communicate with each other.
At what point did you learn that Coral Springs was also on the scene?
When I reached up, I made my way up to building 13, I saw the Coral Springs officers running up behind me.
Did you believe that BSO's radios were patched with Coral Springs radios?
No, I do not, or I did not.
Did you know at the time whether the 911 calls made from cellular phones were going to Coral Springs or going to BSO?
I wasn't aware of any 911 calls.
And so what happens? You mentioned you met up with Deputy Perry,
That's correct.
and what happens next?
So the 2 of us, we kind of scanned for a minute to see what we could, ascertain from looking into the school. There was 2 students that were coming across the parking lot to the northeast. They had their hands in the air and they were yelling active shooter. So we tried to engage them with, where's the shooter? What's he wearing? Where did you see him last? And they just kept running.
So you didn't get any real-time intelligence?
Did not.
And by the way, I didn't ask you, but when you heard the shots, like you did, how close were you to the 1200 building, approximately?
I was still on the sidewalk, so it's about 80 yards.
Okay. And what do you and Deputy Perry do after you attempt to get real-time intelligence from students who did not provide anything to you?
Well, there was another student that appeared to be injured on his leg, and he was being helped by an adult that turned out to be a Coral Springs off-duty officer. They were making their way to the west. He was asking us to help. I think his name was Kyle. He was telling us to help him. We were asking him, did you see the shooter? Where's he at? And we were getting nothing back. I knew there were deputies to the west, so I told him to keep moving to the west and they could help him out.
Okay. And what's the next thing that happened?
So the gate was locked. We contemplated, I was thinking, go get my car, drive through the gate, climb over the gate. It's a 6-foot fence, which would have made us very vulnerable and exposed had we tried to climb over it with the shooter, not knowing where the shooter was. Moments after that, I realized I have a key on a keychain that actually opens all the locks to schools.
You just mentioned that you thought you might be vulnerable and exposed as you're climbing over a gate. Tell the jurors why you felt that.
Well, when I was running westbound and I heard the shots, I couldn't tell where they were coming from. I even cringed a little bit thinking that I could be getting shot at. So when I got to that point at the gate, we couldn't see a shooter. We didn't know where he was. The shots had stopped. So for me to try to climb over the fence or put myself out in that area would have been wide open. I had no cover, no concealment at all.
Are you trained to believe that unless you know precisely where the shooter or shooters are located, to consider yourself as a potential target?
Of course.
And did you take positions of cover while you were on the scene?
I did.
Tell the jurors the first time you took a position of cover and where.
Right at the gate, the west gate, where we paused because of the gate being locked, there was a very narrow palm tree that provided a little bit of at least concealment for us. It wasn't much cover. That was the first time I used anything as cover.
Would a solid concrete wall serve as better protection if there was one available to you?
Better than the palm tree, sure.
Okay. Were there any other times that you took positions of cover while you were on the scene?
Once we made our way through the gate, we unlocked the gate and made our way through, we entered the parking lot. I went to the right, Deputy Perry went to the left, and I used a row of cars as I moved southbound towards the school. I used a row of cars as at least some cover and concealment because I didn't know where the shooter was.
Okay. And what happened next?
Made my way up to the last car, and I had to traverse an open area, open space between the last car and the building, the side of the building, and it was building 13. I knew it was building 13 because there was a placard that said building 13. So once I made it up to the corner of that building is when I saw Mr. Feist.
And I showed you a photograph, would you be able to identify where you saw Coach Price?
Sure.
Did you know then which side of the 1200 building it was?
I'm
So
sorry.
you saw, let's just start here. Take a look at Defense Exhibit 1. Where did you see Coach Price?
He was laying right outside this door right here.
Okay, he was outside of the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, right here.
All right. When you see Aaron Feist on the ground, did you go rushing inside the 1200 building?
No, I did not.
What happened next?
I announced on the radio, I was able to get through on the radio and said that there was a student down outside the building. I knew it was him, but I didn't want to put his name over the radio. So at that point, there were Coral Springs officers that were coming up past me and continued on up to the 1200 building.
Did there ever come a time where you felt that Coral Springs police officers had more information than BSO?
It became pretty clear at that moment that they knew more than I did.
And how did you know that? Just from their actions?
Well, because they went directly to the 1200 building. I was still checking the 1300 building. I was with another Coral Springs officer that came up behind me, and I was peering into the windows because I didn't want to pass by him. Doors are something that we train to check. We don't want to pass by doors without making sure we've checked them, because you pass by a door and someone can pop out behind you. So I was looking in the windows of building 13 to see if anybody was inside. It was pitch black, I couldn't see. I checked the second door, and then I told him, just kind of keep an eye on the doors in case somebody pops out. Because at that point, I had to make a decision where to go from there, because I see Mr. Feist, and I don't have any more stimulus as far as any kind of shots being fired, or shell casings, or blood trails, or people telling me, they're injured or anything like that.
Even when you see Coach Feist on the ground, and you see Coral Springs officers going into the 1200 building, did you ever think, okay, so now I know there's one shooter in the building killing people in that building? Did you ever think that?
No.
How come?
There was nothing that, in my mind, that was indicating that. I had no stimulus. There was no evidence that anything was going on inside that building at that moment.
Other than them thinking that they knew with certainty that there's a shooter inside the 1200 building, why else would they have been going into that building, would you have thought at that moment?
Objection to speculation.
Yeah, that's his thing.
What were you thinking in that moment as they're going into that building?
I was thinking that we had some sort of a shooting go on. We had a employee of the school that was obviously deceased on the ground, and that they were going into that building to investigate, maybe see if there's something going on in there.
Were there any other stimulus, like bullet holes that you can see from any windows?
There was a point where I finally looked up and to my left, and I could see that there were bullet holes in the windows of the third floor.
That would have been on the west side, though, the same side Aaron Feist was shot, correct?
That's correct.
And at that point, when you see the bullet holes, do you say, okay, now I need to run into the 1200 building?
No, I couldn't tell if they were going into the window or coming out of the window. So I did mention to the Coral Springs officer, hey, we got to keep an eye on that window. I made sure I had some sort of cover between me and those windows. My thought process at that point was that the shooter could have advanced into the school to the south or to the west.
Did you also possibly think that there could be a shooter or shooters on any of the neighboring roofs?
That was a possibility. In front of me was a balcony. I don't know if it's a 700 or 800 building. It was a 2-story building with a balcony that I was concerned about, that if there was a shooter up there. There were bushes in front of me across about 30 to 40 yards away from me that would have given the shooter concealment. So I was very concerned at that point that the shooter was on foot somewhere in the school and was potentially going to be a threat. So as officers were coming in behind me and going to building 1200 and moving up to where I was, I took the job of securing that area. Pointed my rifle down, scanning, making sure that nobody popped out.
And when you did that, after seeing Aaron Feist on the ground and seeing the officers go in, you're doing that from a position of cover, aren't you?
Yes.
How come?
There was a lot of area in front of me that a shooter could have been hiding. So I couldn't see all of that area at the same time. So by having some cover, if he did start shooting, at least I would have somewhere to use as cover concealment and to return fire at him.
And while you're in that position of cover, are you looking and scanning all around?
That was my job at that moment, was to protect anybody that was coming up behind me and to hold that position in the event that the shooting either started coming our way, or if there was more shooting in the school, that we could advance towards it.
And aren't you trained to continue to scan and look if you're not sure where the shooter or shooters are located?
Yes.
And did there come a time where you tried to convey over your BSO radio that Aaron Feist was down on the ground?
I'm sorry, can you say that? Repeat that.
Did there come a time after you saw Aaron Feist, did you think that he was dead?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever get on your BSO radio and announce that over the radio?
No, I did not.
Did you attempt to do so?
I did not.
Okay. So, okay. And what's the very next thing that happened?
There were Coral Springs officers that came out of Building 1200 with Mr. Hickson, and he was obviously had been shot. So while a BSO deputy, Volpe, and a Coral Springs officer, I don't know, they loaded him onto a golf cart and they took him over to Pine Island Road where fire rescue was.
Okay. Did you ever go into the 1200 building?
So after a period of time, it started occurring to me that this guy is no longer, the shooter's no longer here, that he'd left.
How did you know that?
Just a hunch. There was no more shots being fired. There was no other stimulus to believe that he was there.
But BSO radio, did you ever hear anything over the radio saying, it's all clear, the shooter's gone, you're safe?
No.
That didn't come till, did you ever hear that?
Well, eventually, when they watched the video, we found out that he fled the campus.
But up to that point, you still don't know, correct?
I didn't know for sure. I just believed he was possibly gone.
And you're still monitoring your radio, correct?
Yes, I am.
Were there times that you heard my client talking over the radio and saying things?
Back before I even made it to Building 13, Deputy Peterson had asked the question if, well, even further back than that, it was when we mentioned that we had the student shot. We did get that over the radio when the young man was shot in the foot. That the question to us from Deputy Peterson was, does he know where the shooter is?
You heard my client ask that?
Yes.
And you knew that was his voice, correct?
Yes.
What did that mean to you as you're hearing him say that?
It meant that we didn't know where the shooter was.
Okay. And by we, did you think that Deputy
No,
Peterson?
that Deputy Peterson didn't know where the shooter was either.
Okay. And is there anything else you heard him say that you recall?
There were several transmissions. I don't recall all of them.
Okay. And I do want to ask you about how you were feeling through this all. How do you feel today? You're calm in this courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Is this how you felt during this year?
No.
Describe for the jurors how you felt during this horrific, abhorrent day.
The first thing I can recall was as soon as I got into my vehicle, I felt the tunnel vision kind of taken over. I could feel the adrenaline. My heart rate shot up. My breathing went faster. I drove as fast as I could down Holmberg Road. I actually blew through the red light at Pine Island. Thank God the other deputy coming from my right stopped because we would have crashed. But I made it through the light. When I got out of the car, my hands were shaking. And that's a common feeling that I get when my adrenaline's that high. So put on my vest, grabbed my rifle, ran down the sidewalk. Running down the sidewalk, my legs felt like they weighed 300 pounds. They just trying to run as fast as I can, and it just, all the blood is leaving your legs and going to your core. That's what happens when you have an adrenaline rush like that. At some point, I remember trying to talk on the radio and dry mouth, like I could hardly talk because that was the effects of the adrenaline. The auditory exclusion, driving, I can't remember hearing any transmissions over the radio from the time I got in my car till I got out of the car and was running and heard the shots. I don't recall hearing anything. So, the adrenaline and it's terrifying to hear that sort of a call on the radio. So it has a physiological effect on you.
And you can't just, you're a 27-year veteran, it affected you like that, correct?
Yes.
You can't just train those physiological responses away, can you?
Objection, leading on. Yeah, that's sustained.
Can training take away those physiological reactions?
There's no training, but experience and being subjected to that sort of thing on a more frequent basis tends to lessen the effects.
Okay, you still felt the effects, correct?
That day I did, sure.
Was this anything like you had experienced in the past?
No,
How so?
I've never experienced anything quite like this that day.
Okay. And ultimately, you never went into the 1200 building, correct?
There was a point where the curiosity got the best of me. I went and I did open the door to look into the hallway, and when I did, there were 3 or 4 officers coming towards me from east to west with rifles pointed in my direction. So I closed the door and moved back to the position I had before that.
What were you thinking? What was your concern?
Well, that if I stood there with the rifle pointed at them, I could be very well shot by the officers that were at the other end of the hall.
Okay. Sergeant, I thank you for coming in.
Good.
Okay,
No problem.
cross-examination, go ahead.
Sergeant, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So let's start from the beginning of the 14th, when you first realized something was going on. You heard over the radio Scot Peterson, correct?
The second call,
The
yes.
second call. Shots fired?
Yes.
Okay. His voice sounded unusual when he said that, correct?
Yes.
More frantic?
Sure.
Whatever word you would use. I don't need to go over it.
It's very common in police work that's when you know something's happening. The voice, the octave goes up a little bit when there's something going on.
Okay. And you get immediately in your car, drive over to MSD. It takes about a minute and a half.
Correct.
I'm going to show you a map. John, I have to use information. Sergeant, I'm showing you what's in evidence as State 1. And you can actually, it's a touch screen, so you can actually just touch the areas with the annotator the judge is about to turn on. That's
Yeah, our mods are pretty good. Our mods have to deal with a lot sometimes, so the mods do a lot of great work to help keep this channel running smoothly. And they are endlessly appreciated. Thank you, Sandra and Kestrel and Christine and
It works.
all the mods who help this channel work so well.
So Sergeant, looking at this map, do you recognize where this is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And when you first arrived, where did you stop your car? You can mark it actually with your screen.
Well, right there. It's actually on the other side of the street, but
So on the north side of Holmberg, there's 2 different roadways that exit up to Holmberg from the campus, correct?
correct.
You stopped the east one or the west
I stopped at the east one,
one? Okay.
or kind of just maybe a little bit to the west of it.
Okay. You got out of your car.
Yes.
That's when you heard shots fired?
Once I made it onto the sidewalk, going to drive.
I'll just change colors to make it a little bit easier now.
The sidewalk that's just to the top of my line
Okay.
is about where I was when I heard the shots.
Because there's a fence line just
We do
south
miss
of
Secret
that.
McSquirrel.
Correct.
Okay.
We do miss
I
her.
know it's a little bit messed up. Oh, do that. So I'm gonna erase this. Is that more, this is tough, hold on. Is that more accurate?
Yes, in that area.
In that area, that's where you heard the shots.
Yes.
So from that to the 1200 building, you would estimate to be about 80 yards?
Yes.
Oh. If it's another view, please tell me.
No, it's approximately 80 yards.
Okay.
No.
Using the annotator, where?
Yeah, freedom rating. Your problem here is the word. One of the words you put in your sentence. The word
Probably
only.
in that
The word only
area
is
there.
wrong.
So between the 1200
Affirmative
and the
duty to
13.
protect applies to
Yes.
persons in their
Now, when
custody,
you heard
but
those
not
shots, what
only
was
to
your
persons
immediate
in their
reaction?
custody. So be careful not to overread cases.
it was to announce over the radio that we have
$10
shots
from
fired.
Ashley King. I just
because
wanted to
at
give
that
you this
point
as a
we were
tip
still
for continuing this coverage
contemplating
of
them
trial
being
breaking down
fireworks.
legal analysis. You're
So I
welcome.
made that transmission.
You knew right away as soon as you heard that those were shots fired.
Right.
Did you
At-
try? Oh, I'm sorry. Please continue.
At that point, I was just getting to where the gate was that I thought would be open.
And can you just put an X where that gate is?
Right there.
Now, you thought that gate would be open. It was not open.
Yeah, let's see
Correct.
some
And you
squirrels
were
in
with
chat.
Deputy Perry.
Let's see some squirrels in
That's
chat
correct.
to honor Secret
So both of you were
McSquirrel.
trying to figure out a
We
way
love
to get
Secret
in.
McSquirrel. Let's see some
Yes.
squirrels in chat.
When you're standing there, do you hear any additional shots?
No.
Okay. You are trying to proceed towards the sound of shots, though, correct?
At that point, yes.
Okay. Ultimately, you have the key, you open up the gate. When you open up the gate, do you run towards where the sound of gunshots came from? Where you thought they came from?
Indirectly,
What do you mean by that?
I went to the west of the first row of cars and made my way along the cars.
Can you just highlight, they changed the color to purple, can you just highlight approximate the route that you took? And then where did you ultimately end up?
I ended up, well, stopped there to, again, try to transmit on the radio.
You're heading towards that circle, though, where you think the shots are fired, correct?
Yes,
So you're, based upon your training, you're moving forward, you're taking proactive action to figure out where these shots are coming from.
yes.
Yeah, see, this is the kind of thing I was
transmit
talking
over
about with
radio
Leo the other night, right?
something about
When you say you
shots fired.
misread a case, this is
When
the
I was
kind of
out
thing
of
I was talking
district,
about
yeah.
with Leo. Like, you see a case like Deshawnee, and you're like, okay, so it says that law enforcement officers have a duty to protect those in their custody. And then you're like applying it to this case, and I'd be
Now,
like,
when you get to
okay,
that
you are
position
misreading.
Where the purple
This
line
Shawnee.
stopped, you saw
You're
those
over
lights,
applying it. You're overextending it.
Yes.
You know, you transmitted over
misreading the
radio
case.
dispatch that a student was down.
Anyone
correct?
want to
Yes.
accuse me
You
of
knew it was
dishonesty
right
at
that you
this
were trying
point?
to protect
I will
the
yeet
identity,
your
correct?
ass.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And that transmission was received by dispatch.
It was.
You received responses in regards to what you had just said, correct?
I believe the dispatcher repeated what I said, yes.
Damn prick.
You also heard at some point in time, Deputy Peterson said to stay back 500 feet. Do you recall hearing that?
I've heard the audio from the dispatch from that day many, many times since, but I don't recall that day if I heard that.
What a
You don't
frustrating
recall,
discussion
but
that was.
Regardless, you ran. You didn't.
And
say
I had
500
never
feet
heard of
back,
this guy
correct?
before,
You ran
Leo.
towards the action, correct?
And it's like,
Yes, I did.
I asked good logic, like, who's going to be on the vein? And he gave me the name. I'm like, okay. And then the guy is just a
And
completely
you
hostile
said,
jerk.
The first transmission, or I guess it was the second transmission, static and garbled. But you understood. You
So
understood
hostile to
shots
me.
fired, that's why you went to
He
MC,
started
correct?
hostile.
Well, the
He was
second
hostile in
transmission
the
I could
pre-show.
tell was Deputy Peterson's voice.
Like,
And
okay.
what he had said on the second transmission was a little more clear about what was going on. I think that was when he said shots or firecrackers. So.
And I don't know if
started
he's
going
right
to
or
school.
not, because we'll never get a chance to discuss it and actually discuss it out.
Yes.
You know, and be like, okay, I think you're wrong
And
here.
you also on direct
This
examination.
doesn't seem to apply. We'll never get a chance to discuss it out. I don't know if he's right or
You go
not.
outside sometimes.
He
to
might
make
be.
transmission because the radios work
I don't
better
think
outside.
so, but we'll never know now, won't
That's a
we?
known thing in Parkland
Jackass.
with DSO, that if there's an issue with the radio, you can go outside and it'll work better.
Yes.
Now, you said that you heard 5 shots, correct?
That's correct.
Not 2 or 3?
Fairly certain it was 5.
And you were about 80 yards north of the 1200 when you heard those shots, right? Approximately?
Yes.
Now, the defense, I'm going to take this off. The defense asked the possibility of 100 yards west, 100 yards east, different areas. You knew pretty certain, at least the general proximity, the circled area that I just erased, but the circled area between the 12 and 1300, right?
From my perspective, being on the sidewalk, that was the direction that I believe the shots were coming.
So your perspective from 80 yards away was
Unobstructed, nothing in between me and what ultimately ended up being the area he was shooting from. There was nothing to obstruct the sound. So yes.
Now, you stated you were able to make approximately 5 to 7 transmissions, correct?
Yes,
That you would key it up 3 or 4 times would work, but maybe on the 5th time it wouldn't work.
correct.
So you relayed information about the student being down, which was actually Mr. Weiss, correct? Coach
Yes.
Weiss. You relayed information that definitely have shots fired.
Yes.
Information that we need to get in there to find this guy. Something to that effect.
Yes.
And all those transmissions worked over the radio, correct?
When it worked, yes.
Now, when you were with Deputy Perry and students were yelling active shooter, approximately, if you could mark on the map, where were you?
I was at the gate.
Now, when the students were yelling active shooter, you proactively were asking them questions to try to gather more intelligence, right?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that?
To gain more intelligence, find out where the shooter might be.
So you proactively saw students and yelled at them, trying to find information.
Yes.
And when you saw the student who was shot, once again, another student, you asked questions to try to gather intelligence from him as well.
Yes, it did.
And you stated under direct examination that you thought you either were or could be shot at, correct?
Yes.
That's why you didn't scale the fence.
Right.
Even though you thought that, you still went towards the sounds of where you thought the shots were coming from, though, right?
Yes, I did.
Is that because you're a police officer and that's your job?
Well, I had a patrol rifle and I had some cover and concealment, and I was confident that I could have made my way up to at least the side of the building.
To try to find the shooter,
Yes.
to investigate where the shots are coming from.
Yes.
Now, you stated on direct that when you got up to the last car, you had to traverse an open space to building 13, and you made it to that corner. And that's where you saw Coach Weiss, right?
I did really like
That's
one
correct.
So even
comment.
though
I'm not sure if it was in the
possibly there were
live
shots,
stream or
You still
in the
ran
comment
through the
section
open
to the
get
stream
closer,
after the
gather
fact, but I did
intelligence,
really like
possibly
one
stop the shooter.
comment in Joe's chat, which
Yes.
was basically paraphrasing that the
Now, when you got to the
entire
corner,
exchange between me
no
and
more
Leo
statements,
made them
right?
appreciate
Other than Mr.
what
Weiss
Law
being
Tube
on the
is
Saw
and what
Mr.
Law
Weiss.
Tube had
No more
become
shots fired, you didn't hear anything.
in terms of
At
the
that point,
genre
you
that
can see
we
the bullet
behave
holes
in a
in
very
the third
civilized
floor.
way towards each other and behave in a very
I hadn't seen
civilized
the
way
shit.
towards mutual discussion and
So
mutual
at that point in
understanding.
time, you're scanning. You're
And that
looking
Leo
for more intelligence to try to figure out
reminded
what to do next.
them about
Yes.
what LawTube has become, which is true.
You
and I
even
really enjoyed
peered
that
into the
comment.
windows of 1300, correct?
I did.
Because looking into windows, maybe you would gather some intelligence that could be useful.
That's correct.
You checked the doors to see if they were locked.
I did.
Proactively trying to investigate this, trying to figure out where the shooter is.
Yes.
And I think that's
Now,
what it
you
should be.
also,
I think
direct said
LawTube as a
that, the shooter could
genre,
have moved, or could have
should
been on
be.
roofs. Do you remember testifying to
Yes.
that?
we talk and
Is the
we
whole
think
purpose of
and we
going
think out
towards
loud
the
and we
sound of the
exchange
shots,
ideas,
investigating
and then we
the
go
sounds,
mull on
where it's
them.
coming
We
from,
think and talk some more, and then we
to
think
try
on
to
them and
find
talk
the
some
shooter,
more.
to alleviate those concerns of other responding
You know.
officers, to stop the bleeding, to stop the
Try
shooting.
to come to a reasoned.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the
Opinion.
question, please?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask me that.
That was a lot to take in.
It was, I'm sorry, I'll break it up. On direct, you said that the shooter could have moved. could
We
have
agree
been
to
on roofs,
disagree.
correct?
Yeah, sometimes. And
Correct.
sometimes that
Is the
disagreement is just
purpose
in the
of your
moment.
training to seek out
Sometimes
the sounds
we
of the shots,
disagree
to try to find the
perpetually,
shooter,
but
correct?
sometimes it's just in the moment
Yes.
when we
Because
disagree.
by finding the shooter, you'll stop.
Sometimes we'll go mull
people
on it
getting
for a
shot,
while and
correct?
talk some more and
That's
eventually become
You'll
convinced.
be able to rescue people who are bleeding, correct?
Potentially, yes.
For
Wow.
other responding officers, you'll have information to give them, so they don't have to run up and be looking everywhere. They'll know, gather intelligence for where the shooter is, correct?
They would still have to be prudent and be looking, but yes.
Now, when you were there, you were securing the area around the northeast corner of the 1300 building, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You were you were proactively doing something. You weren't just standing there, correct?
I believe I was, yes.
Now, you stated under direct that you just had a hunch that the shooter wasn't there anymore, correct?
Yes,
And you just didn't receive any stimulus for a period of time.
correct.
Was that period of time shorter than 48 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes the Supreme Court disagrees with itself,
Yes.
as it did today, in some 5-4s
How long
and
would you
6
estimate
3s,
that period of time was?
and even 8-1s.
From
And even
the last
sometimes the Supreme
stimulus
Court's
till I
unanimous,
thought
and
he
I
was
still
gone.
disagree
Clear
with
hunch
them.
kicked in that you thought he was gone. And you can ballpark this for me.
You know how long I've been thinking about
Maybe
Wickard v.
10
Filburn,
minutes.
or Chevron versus NRDC? You know how long I've been thinking about those cases at this
Now, the
point?
hunches-
Like 20 years I've
Is
been
that
thinking
also
about those
common sense?
cases. And I still think they're wrong.
It was based on
And
everything
they
that
were
I was
unanimous, and I think they're wrong.
observing, all the stimulus
Whoa.
that I had at that
We
moment.
disagree.
The lack of shots being fired, the lack of anybody
Christ.
screaming or anybody else telling us that they saw somebody. It was just a hunch.
So based on your training and experience.
Sure.
Now, on direct, Mr. Arglash asked you about how you felt during the shooting. And you felt tunnel vision, correct?
I did.
You felt adrenaline.
I did.
You felt or that you were breathing faster.
Yes.
That you drove fast. You got there as quick as possible in your car.
Yes.
Squad car. That your hands were shaking.
Yes.
Your legs were heavy while you were running.
Yes.
While you were running through, traversing the open parking lot, correct?
More so when I was on Holmberg Road. Once I got into the school, I wasn't running.
Okay. When you talked on the radio, you had dry mouth.
Yes.
That you had auditory exclusion on the car ride over.
Yes.
You had all of those things.
I did.
And you testified that training can't take it away, but being subjected to it, it can lessen the effects.
That's correct.
So you felt all those things, yet you made your way from Holmberg, figured out how to get the gate open, took cover behind the cars, got to the 1300 building, correct?
Yes.
Saw Aaron Feiss, Coach Feiss on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Scanned the area for the shooters, correct?
Yes.
Heard no additional shots, no additional stimuli, correct?
Correct.
Saw the bullet holes in the 1300 building, correct?
Yes.
Went to the 1200 building, opened the door to peer in, correct?
Yes.
I have
other
located the
officers
people
did
in the
want friendly
submarine.
fire,
They are in the
went
ocean.
back to the 1300 building, correct?
I don't know why
Yes.
people continue to look for
provided
the people in
cover,
the submarine
correct?
when it's clear they're in
So
the
even though
ocean.
you felt all those things,
I have
those are
found the
all
people. They are over
proactive
there.
actions you took that day.
Yes.
Even though you never experienced anything like this before.
That's correct.
Now, the shots, when you heard them, they were loud, right? I mean, you were 3/4 of the football field away, yet you heard 5 shots, right?
I wouldn't characterize them as loud.
How would you characterize them?
It's more of a crack, more similar to a firecracker or a small caliber handgun.
Now, Deputy Peterson's transmissions, you testified that you heard some of them. Did you hear when he multiple times said 1200 building? If you recall.
I never recalled hearing the 1200 building. I heard many other building numbers, but not that one.
Okay. So you don't recall when he said inside the 1200 building?
I'm gonna object.
What's the objection?
It's a misstatement, by or inside. You keep saying inside.
Well, that's why what the lawyers say is not evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll repeat to you, what the lawyers say is not evidence. What the questions the lawyers pose the witnesses is not evidence. The evidence is from the witness stand and the exhibits. You all will decide what was said. The objection is overruled. Go ahead, sir, ask your next question.
Did you recall that? The inside, hearing over inside 1200 building.
I don't recall hearing that, no.
And you don't recall that
Thank you,
staying
Karen,
at least
for
500 feet away?
$20, and also
At the
thank you
time, I
for
don't
being
recall
a
hearing
member
that.
for 2 months. That's very kind of you. Appreciate all the people that support the stuff. Support the channel. Appreciate all the people who joined the channel. Yeah, I wouldn't have any faith in any waivers they signed. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure there's a waiver. I'm sure it'll be fought over. It'll be fun. For varying degrees of fun. Your version of fun may differ.
Let me ask it this way, Sergeant.
With a gaming
Regardless
remote as
of
the
what
control
you
for the
heard over
sub.
radio,
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
instructions, whether to stay back,
Seems questionable.
security at the intersection. You were going towards the sound of those shots based on your training, correct?
Based on the stimulus that I had at that moment and the position I was in, I felt comfortable enough to move forward.
Move forward towards where you
Towards,
go.
yes.
You did not see Scot Peterson that day, correct?
I did not.
Three days later, 3 days after this shooting.
I wonder if they died
I believe February
slowly or they
17th,
died quickly.
2018, You drove Scot Peterson back to the school.
Maybe
based
someday
on-
we'll find
correct?
out. Now we'll
I
have to.
did.
Now we'll have to do a deep dive to the wreck of the sub. That'll be the next tourist attraction. Maybe they themselves will be the tourist attraction. Let's go see the
And
sub
overall,
of the
based
people that
upon your
sunk.
position, from the time you
Ooh,
arrived
ah.
on the road to the time that your hunch kicked in, that the shooter was no longer there, you had a completely different perspective than where Scot Peterson was, correct?
I would say so, yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Based on that, you redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So either the ship imploded, or all the controls failed,
Sergeant, the prosecutor
the power
asked you
failed,
about your training
or
prior
it
to
got
this
snug on
active
something,
shooting, correct?
and they just
Yes.
slowly suffocated
And
while
you are
breathing
trained
carbon
to
dioxide.
move towards the gunfire, correct?
There's a press conference. I doubt anyone knows anything.
That's one of the
Unless they
stimulus
found
that
the
we
sob.
would use to move towards where the person or the shooter is, yes.
Was there ever a training prior
Let me
to
know
the
if it
shooting
says anything.
where you were given a scenario where you do not know from where the shots are coming, outside of the building?
No.
Tell the jurors what the training consists of, and again,
Oh,
I'm
no, if the
referring
ship
to
imploded, they all
prior
died
to
instantly.
2018, when the shooting
Oh yeah, no.
occurred.
If the ship
Tell the
imploded, they all
jurors
died
what
instantly.
training did exist
Oh,
regarding
for
active
absolute sure.
shooting.
Yeah.
Our active shooter training.
The water would
typically
enter
is
the
going to
ship
be
at like
indoors.
supersonic
We,
speed, basically, and yeah, it would
One in particular,
liquefy them. They found a
maybe
debris
the
field.
distance of this room, the shooter was in a room,
Okay.
say at the end of this room, and we started at this point here. They would fire shots, and we would move towards that shooter. Other times we were in a school, and again indoors.
I wonder if the
shooter was at
Rolex
the end of a
watches
hallway
survived?
And was
The
shooting at
pressure
us.
differential?
We would
Probably not.
try to advance on them and make our way to the shooter. Another training was inside of the mall in Pompano, where we were downstairs, had to go up, and the shots would be fired upstairs. We go up an escalator, and the room would be right at the top of the escalator. That's just an example of some of the training.
Is it fair to say that the common thread is that you all knew that the shooter would be confined within a small area?
Yes.
Was there ever a training where
If it
you
imploded, there wouldn't be
didn't
bodies to
know
recover. Probably not.
which building a shooter or shooters might be located?
Not one that I've been to.
Pretty
Was there
decent
ever a
chance of them being
scenario
basically liquefied.
where you have radios that are
Maybe we'll find
completely
pieces of
useless?
bone.
No.
Was there ever a scenario that you guys prepared for where a potential shooter or shooters could cover several hundred yards in either direction?
No.
So what do? You know, based upon your training, when you don't know whether to go left, straight, right, was there any training for what to do in that circumstance?
We've never trained where we're all coming from different directions. All the officers responding to a scene are coming from different directions. So that was unique to this, live, real-time scenario. The training was never on that large of a scale of that, 40-acre campus or anything that big. It's always something much smaller.
And if you think that you might be hit by either sniper fire or other shooters that are running around, was it your training that you don't stay out in the open, but that you take a position of cover?
Yeah, I mean, Rolexes aren't designed for that.
None of the scenarios were ever
Well, Rolex does make that
Set
deep
up that
diver,
way.
though, I think.
so
They
we
do
wouldn't have
make
been
it a deep
trained
diver, but even then,
to
the
take cover
problem is
because
the pressure differential so
we knew the
fast.
shooter was going to be in a room at the other
that
end of the building
I don't know.
in the training scenario.
Because you're going
Was there
from
ever
effectively,
been anything discussed
atmospheric
where
pressure
if you ever
to,
feel like there
like,
might be
6,000
sniper fire
PSI
or somebody
instantly.
shooting you? Was there
and
anything
I
in
don't
your
really have a
training
lot of
to tell
confidence
you
in any
to-
watch being
to
able
take
to
cover
adjust
so you don't
that
get hit by
fast.
bullets?
So,
The first training that I went to after MSD,
Objections for relevance.
maybe a G-Shock.
okay,
Go ahead, sir, ask your
Yeah.
next question.
Was there anything before the MSD shooting as to what to do if you think that you might get hit with
Just
bullets?
kidding.
Did they even need to tell you that, or would common sense just prevail?
I don't understand the question, I'm sorry.
A scenario where you show up to a scene and you hear bullets, and you don't know where they're coming from, did they ever train you to stand out in the open and not protect yourself?
No.
Was there training which dictated that you're supposed to find something solid, like a car, a tree, or a concrete wall, and protect yourself?
You would be trained that way from day one in the academy.
Okay. You said, in response to the prosecutor's question, that you drove Scot Peterson back to the school to pick up his car, correct?
I did.
And how did that come about?
I happened to be at the office. He needed to get his car. Somebody asked me if I'd take him over there.
Did you have any discussions?
I did.
What happened?
I spoke to him about some of the things I was hearing from Coral Springs
Objection,
and
Your Honor,
the
to
media.
hearsay and relevance.
6,000 PSI is like more pressure than they use for water
Ladies and gentlemen, we're
jets
just gonna press pause on
for
the
like
record.
cutting things in an
Real quick,
industrial
right,
setting.
the same admonition as always.
6,000
Please don't
PSI
discuss the facts of the case
is,
or the testimony amongst yourselves or
lots.
anyone else. If you leave the notepads in your chairs and step out one moment, I will be right with you. Thank you.
Lots. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Everyone can be seated. So if you want to step down, you may do so. Just step out into the hallway. You can't talk to anyone about your testimony. It's like you're still on the stand, and I'll have you right back in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was just on the 5-minute break. Fine.
Mr. Peterson, Mr. Peterson.
All right, hello everyone. 90K PSI, really? For that much for a water jet, really? Okay, I stand corrected. I apologize. So I was wrong by a full order of magnitude, apparently. Well, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So fair enough. I thought the pressures for water jets for an industrial setting were much
Okay, so we're
lower
outside
than
the
that.
presence of the witness. Everyone can be seated.
I guess
So
I'm
your
wrong.
objection is a
Fair enough.
Relevancy objection?
And hearsay, the way that a witness was answering the question. I believe it said based upon what other officers were saying.
I guess that part might call for a hearsay response, but statements from the defendant's not hearsay. But the reason I wanted to do this outside of the presence of the jury and the witness. So I thought in pre-trial, the defense moved in limine. We weren't discussing statements that the defendant gave to whatever source it may be, media or otherwise, after his statement to Detective Curcio. Yesterday, they tried to get into that. You objected based on, or someone objected, and I sustained it. I wouldn't let you talk about some interview with the Washington Post or something to that effect.
Correct.
So do you want to start now eliciting testimony about statements that Mr. Peterson made to people after this event who is not Detective Curcio? Because once we open that door,
No,
then all that stuff's coming in.
no.
Well, that's what you asked him, sir. You asked him for what statements he made. This is 3 days after the event. It's not ever been the subject of any testimony. So
I was just.
if you open that door, the door's going to be
Right,
open.
I won't open up the door. I was just referring, and maybe I wasn't narrow in my questioning, just the conversation that they were having in the vehicle. If the court's saying that that's not something I can get into.
You moved to keep all of that out. Did you
Well,
not? Am I
I
incorrect?
specifically was referring to, and I can see how the court's expanding it, and I think that the court's probably correct. I was referring to interviews that my client gave, and I think the court is considering this to be that. I won't get into what he said if that's the court's ruling. I would like him to articulate my client's demeanor. He was with him. He can articulate.
That's not what you asked.
I understand. I know.
You
That
asked
would
him
have
about
been
the
the next.
conversation.
That would have been the next question. But I understand the court's ruling.
All right, so is that your understanding? We're not talking about that?
I mean,
Post-event
yes, Your Honor.
statements outside of court by the defendant, with the exception of Detective Curcio's testimony,
Yeah.
which has already taken place.
So
Yes, with the understanding that if Mr. Peterson takes the stand, perhaps for impeachment purposes.
Would the court permit me to have the witness testify to what he told my client?
Well, what is the relevance of what anybody told?
that's a good question. What is the
anybody
relevance?
3 days after this incident? What's the relevance of that? Helps the jury decide something they need to decide.
Well, it anchors, he's going to talk about how he was telling my client.
Let me make it more simple. What if there's 100 witnesses that say, I think Mr. Peterson did everything right? And then the the state has 100 witnesses that say, I think Mr. Peterson did everything wrong.
Yeah.
Let me repeat my question. What does that have to do with any decision this jury
I
has?
won't get into it.
Okay, very good.
Fair
State,
enough.
anything else before our restroom break?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything else?
I like the way the
Okay,
judge
we'll be in
just
quick
cuts the
recess.
issue. All right. So let me talk a little bit about what just happened just now. I like the way the judge cuts the issue and points out, like, do you really want to do this? Are you sure? Are you sure you want to do this? All right. So what they were talking about is there was a motion in limine, a motion to exclude or limit before trial to exclude statements that the defendant made after the incident to the media or press or whatever. And apparently those motions were granted. I don't know about the issues about, why or not. I don't really care right now, but there was a hearing on it, right? There was a motion to exclude statements made by the defendant in the aftermath of the incident for whatever reason. I think I know the reason why, by the way. It's been a long time, but I seem to remember there's something about police officers like interviewing other police officers for the purpose of a post incident investigation, and those statements not being admissible. It's been a while, but there's a specific exclusion on it and sort of it being used in court. The reason why as a matter of policy it exists is because we want the officers to be honest about what happened or didn't happen, at least hypothetically, for the purposes of being able to understand what went right or went wrong, so the department might be able to change its policies or reform its policies. So there is some case on point. It's been a while. There's some case on point about an officer interviewing another officer, not in a criminal investigation setting, but in the purposes of a post-incident interview where there's some distinguishment on it, and you can't use the statements that were made in that interview in court. They're protected, they're privileged in order to further the policy goal of making sure the officers will be honest in the interview for the purpose of reforming the police agency and so forth and so on. All right. So I vaguely remember this case exists. So it's been a while, but I vaguely remember the case exists. Okay. So what happened here is this officer gave statements to other officers. Apparently, I'm all inferring this from context in the limited discussion we just heard. So I'm guessing as to what happened, but here's how it makes sense, assuming some things. So I'm going to make some assumptions. This officer, the defendant, made statements to his fellow officers, and the defendant moved to exclude it under this principle. It's like, these are statements against interest, right? These are statements against interest, the prosecution argues. And it's like, no, these are excludable. These are protected because of this case that I just referred to. Okay, apparently that motion was granted to exclude the statements that this defendant made to his other officers. Fine. All right. So now the defense lawyer is asking a question, apparently on the stand, of, hey, what did my client tell you 3 days after the incident in the patrol car? Right. So that was basically a question. What did the defendant tell you? And the judge is like, sends the jury out of the courtroom and basically be like, okay, are you sure you want to do this? Because you moved to exclude this, right? You're asking a question that is opening a door that you moved to exclude. So basically be like, are you sure you want to do this? Because if you ask this question, like, it's all or nothing. This is an all or nothing proposition, right? You can't just bring in the stuff, oh, that's helpful to me, right? This is an all or nothing proposition. Do you want to open the door or do you not want to open the door? Because if you ask the question, as you just did, what did your defendant say to the officer 3 days afterwards in the car? Guess what, Pan? All of it's coming in. Every single discussion, all of it is coming in. And you're the one opening this door. So are you sure you want to do this? Are you really sure? And defense lawyers over here are like, well, I was just going to ask about it. It's just for a limited purpose, but I understand how the court's ruling. And the court is completely right. The court's totally right. And he's with his tail between his legs. Well, it's just for a limited purpose. I understand how the court is doing this, and I won't get into it because. And then he's like, okay, so I won't ask that question. But what I'd like him to testify to is how he behaved 3 days afterwards. And the judge is like, well, how's that relevant? Well, because it goes to his demeanor. And it's like, again, the judge asked the question, are you sure? Are you sure? Because what if you have 100 witnesses that say, hey, I think the defendant did everything right. And the state now has 100 witnesses that say, hey, everything I did is wrong. So are we doing this now? Are we going to testify as to what everyone thought about his demeanor after the fact, what this after the incident occurred, right? Are we all going to testify about that? Are we opening the door to everyone's observations and the state can call their witnesses suddenly now in rebuttal? He's like, do you want to open this door? And he's like, no, I don't want to open the door either. And tucks his tail between his legs. So it's like, this is the genie who actually warns you in advance. Are you sure that's what you want to wish for? Are you really sure? Are you really sure that's what you want to wish for? And he's like, no, it's not. It's like, that's what I thought. Sit your ass down. Like, so fun times. Fun times. So yeah. The witness, the defense was about to get way more than he asked for. And he's done that a couple times too, where he's asked questions. And the judge has had to do this at least once before in this trial. Be like, are you sure you want to ask that question? Are you really sure you want to ask that question? Because if you do, here's what happens next. I'm sorry. You do understand turnabout's a fair play. So good times. So, and it's all irrelevant. It's all irrelevant. What happened 3 days after the incident is very irrelevant to what happened in the moment. So who cares? So fair enough. I think the defense was trying to ask him as a friend that happens to be a law enforcement officer, not as a law enforcement taking a statement from the SRO. Yeah, well, there is a principle of like, you're always a law enforcement officer for Fourth Amendment purposes, right? You can't not be a law enforcement officer. So I don't know how that extends, right? There's a principle of like, if you're a licensed police officer, to some degree, you're never off the clock, because you could imagine how that would play out, right? So you imagine a police officer who's on duty. Let's say they have a 40-hour-a-week job. All right, let's say they're a 40-hour-a-week. They don't work weekends, ever. This police officer, okay? This is a special police officer. They never work weekends, ever, ever, ever. Okay, but they're otherwise a completely sworn, badged, licensed police officer, but they never work weekends. Okay, so now it's a Saturday, and this police officer decides, I want to search a guy's house, but I can't get a warrant. That's okay. I'm going to do it myself. It's a Saturday. I'm not on the clock, so I'm not a licensed police officer. So the Fourth Amendment doesn't apply. I'm only a private citizen today, right? So I'm going to do this on my own time. The court is going to slap your ass down. Like, get out of here, right? Get out of here. You can't do this. You're a police officer all the time for some purposes. So they want to say he's a friend who just happens to be a police officer. I'm not 100% sure you can make that distinction for the reason I just sort of highlighted, right? Oh, it's like, oh, he's just a friend, he's just a friend. Could you imagine? Oh, it's a police officer who never works on Saturdays. And he tries to detain someone and like take a confession. Oh, I didn't have to give Miranda because I'm a private citizen. Yeah, I'm not sure you can make that distinction between friend and licensed police officer. So I'm not sure he's just a friend, though, is a cognizable argument either. So, I'm not sure that works either. So I would question that. Well, breaking into his house is illegal, cop or not. Yes, but the Fourth Amendment doesn't apply, cop or not. That's the distinction, right? It's still illegal. That's true, but it's not suppressible. That's the difference. Yeah, that's the difference. Because if he's a private actor, unless you're in Texas, by the way, because Texas has extended this to private citizens, but if you're in other states, right? So if I, as a private citizen, break into your house and I find evidence against you of your criminality, my ass is going to jail, and that evidence is being used against you in a court of law because I'm not a law enforcement officer. So the Fourth Amendment doesn't apply to me, right? If I illegally restrain you and force you to confess, I'm going to jail. But your confession without Miranda is being used against you because I'm not a law enforcement officer. So yes, I'm violating the law. It's just that it doesn't, as to you, you have no ability to suppress because I'm a private citizen. So that's why we don't allow these distinctions. So is he breaking the law? Sure. But that isn't necessarily the end of the analysis. That's why that's why it matters. Right? If he's only a law enforcement some of the time, yeah, he might be breaking and entering. First of all, the prosecution has to choose to. Could you imagine that? Oh, I'm only a police officer. I'm not a police officer on Saturdays. I illegally break into your house. Okay, first of all, the government has to care to prosecute you. Do you think the government cares to prosecute you? I think using our prosecutorial discretion, we will prosecute this offense. What an amazing thing. We won't prosecute this burglary into your house. Also, we're going to use the evidence against you. He's a private citizen, don't you know? The Constitution doesn't apply, and you have no private right of criminal prosecution, so no criminal charges and the evidence gets to be used against you. Well, that's convenient. So, yeah, this is why it matters. This is why it matters. So, yeah, I'm not sure he's just a friend who happens to be a police officer is a distinction that works. Yeah. It might work, but I'd think twice about it, at least. And there's definitely some cases on point about this issue, right? So it might be possible that he's just a friend who happens to be a police officer, but I'm not sure that you can cut the distinction as cleanly as you might suggest. So it's a little bit more complicated. Are police officers ever able to testify against other officers then? Well, because they can testify as to what they saw and observed. They can testify as to what they heard in the moment, right? The case I'm pointing to deals with these post-incident debriefing sessions, right? So there's a limited privilege for these post-incident debriefing sessions. But officers can testify as to other officers as to what they saw, heard, observed in the moment. That's distinct from a post-incident interview session. So there's lots of ways a police officer can testify against another police officer. You're confused? Then I have failed as a teacher. I'm sorry. I tried. Maybe you can ask me a question. I can try to clarify.
But when somebody says that it sounds like a bomb and it's coming from a gym, that to me is somebody I got to call to testify. I don't know how to do it.
And this might also be codified in statute in some states. So there might be Ohio code about it. That's possible too. I know there's some cases about it somewhere. Nothing's going on in the courtroom right now. They're just mulling around. We don't mind people who give opinions about things in this channel. We just want civility. And we don't want personal attacks. So if you want to talk about the case, that's fine. If you want to have an opinion about it, that's fine. If you think he did right, if you think he did wrong, that's fine. If you want to talk policy, that's fine. Just don't make it personal. If someone else has a different opinion, discuss the idea. Don't attack the person. Don't just attack the idea. Don't make it personal. Okay? Discuss it like we would on LawTube, right? We don't make it personal on LawTube. We discuss the idea on LawTube. So my policy in chat is emblematic of how we try to cheat each other in LawTube. You can discuss the idea, you can have an opinion, express the opinion with a little bit of courtesy and grace and don't attack other people and be kind. And you'll be fine. And my eye has decided to completely attack itself. As you can see, it gets redder and redder. I'm having a complete attack right now. My eye is, I can't open my eye.
Okay, I'm gonna go back on the record. This is State versus Scot Peterson, 19-7166 CF10. I continue to have Ms. Gomes, Mr. Phillips. I continue to have Mr. Igosh present.
Did you miss anything good? Yes, my eye is now welded shut.
I have the witness back on the witness stand. State, anything you need me to address before we bring the jury back in and resume with the redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything you need me to address?
Just one thing. We have a witness that is very hard to get, and I brokered a deal with her mom. The student will be on Zoom at 3 o'clock. So if you can let us know, is there a way you can let us know when she zooms in? Will you be notified?
I don't have it on. I would have to turn the meeting on, but when I do that, it renders these other. Do you have another witness that we can start? You just want me to pause at 3 o'clock?
Yes, and we might even get through those, one or two of those witnesses, depending on how. I just want to let the court know.
So at 3 o'clock, we're gonna go to his one witness. Yeah, I can handle that.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, please bring the jury back in.
All right, hold down the fort for a minute. I'm going to go see if I can fix my eye real fast. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Jurors entering.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back in those seats, you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back in those seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get the notepads back in. Ladies and gentlemen, when we took our restroom break, we were in the middle of the redirect examination of the witness. We're going to pick it up at that point. The witness remains on the witness stand under oath. Mr. Igosh, when you are ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, we left off where you were driving Scott back to the school to pick up his vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what his demeanor was like, how he was feeling in that moment, without, again, telling us what he said? What did he look like? How did he feel?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
That's over. Go ahead, sir. You can answer the question.
Sad, depressed, hurting.
Referring to the active shooter policy, what is the policy regarding debriefing?
object outside the scope.
It is outside the scope, but the objections are ruled. Go ahead, sir, you can answer the question.
A debriefing would be held after any sort of an event, even smaller events like a burglary that we respond to. So in an active shooter, afterward, when the scene is safe and everything's cleared up, the scene's been handled, the investigation is ongoing, everyone that was at the event would be called together to have a debrief. And the incident commander would hold that debrief, and we would discuss things such as what went right, what went wrong, what we could do better, and basically get some intel for future events and how to handle those in a better way, more efficient way. Or if it was done very well, then we would, praise those actions.
Is it the highest ranking person on the scene who is supposed to conduct that debriefing?
Not necessarily. It's the incident commander could be, usually is somebody that's the highest rank, but not always.
Who was it on that day based upon who you saw at the scene?
I believe the incident commander was Colonel Pohl.
Were you ever debriefed?
I was not.
And that you were willing to be debriefed? Nobody ever asked you, correct?
Judge, objection to relevance.
Well, at this point, that's his thing. Go ahead, sir, ask your next question.
When are you trained to keep people away from a scene?
We try to keep civilians and citizens away from every scene that there could be potential danger to them.
So when somebody says stay 500 feet back, it is not inconsistent with your training to do so, correct?
That's correct.
And are you encouraged in terms of your training to keep people away if you think they may get hit, let's say, with bullets?
Of course, yes.
Is it prudent, based upon your training, to have parents and kids flood a school when there's an active shooting going on?
No, we would not want that.
And finally, on the scene, did you ever think, well, first of all, did you ever know with certainty that there was injuries inside of the 1200 building?
Not until I saw Mr. Hickson.
Okay. Up to that point, had your dispatch ever let you know over the radio that there are injured kids inside of the 1200 building?
I was not aware of any injured students in the building.
Did it seem that Carl Springs had extra intel that you did not concerning that
Objection
subject?
to asked and answered, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's his thing.
Did there ever come a time when you're on the scene taking a position of cover by the 1300 building where you said, there could be kids that are bleeding out, I need to go running into the 1200 building?
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
Well, no, that's overruled, so this is directed into you. If you have personal knowledge, what you thought in your head, you may answer the question. Go ahead.
That was never a consideration.
And is that why you then didn't go into the 1200 building?
That and I had another job to do, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, any recross based on that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sergeant, you were trained by the Broward Sheriff's Office, correct?
I was.
And the head of training for many years was Major Samuel Samaroo, correct?
Yes.
What was the name?
Samuel Samaroo, S-A-M-A-R-O-O. And you received the same training, the in-service training, as every other BSO officer?
Potentially.
Potentially. So in-service DLE training, you're saying that not every officer gets the same training?
Our training, there's so many of us that from the time it starts on a particular type of training, it might be in January, it doesn't end until June. So by the time the entire agency goes through the training can evolve into something a little different than it was when it started.
How about an in-service training, DLE 1 from 2013?
I couldn't even begin to know what that was.
So I'm not asking specifically, I'm saying would every officer, all 1,600 BSO deputies be trained the same thing?
the scenarios can change over the 6 months that it gets us all to go through. So
I'm sorry, continue.
so our training isn't the same when it starts as it is in the very end. Generally it is, but the scenarios can change and the training can change.
Have you been in a training officer before?
Have I been?
Yes.
I have not.
Okay, so you're testifying that the scenarios can change, that the training can change. You've never been in training unit though, correct?
I have not.
And you were never trained in hunches, right?
No.
That's just based on your experience, correct?
Yes.
Based on your common sense, correct?
Yes.
So not every scenario that an officer, that a deputy faces, do they receive specific training on, correct?
That would be possible, yes.
But they do receive training on active shooters, correct?
We do receive active shooter training, yes.
And the training in active shooters is to go to the sound of the shots. That every shot fired could be potentially another person dead, correct?
But conceivably, yes.
Well, you said conceivably. Is that what you were trained?
There was two parts to that question.
Are you trained to go to the shots?
That is one of the stimulus that we follow, yes.
That's the main stimulus you follow.
Yes.
Because there's a difference between when shots are being fired and when shots stop being fired, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Second part of the question. You're also trained that every time a trigger is pulled by an active shooter, someone could potentially be shot dead, correct?
Potentially, yes.
Now, you testified on redirect that you're trained to keep people away. That's not the priority in an active shooting, though, while the shots are being fired, is it?
Priority, no.
Priority is to find the shooter, correct?
We have to do a lot of things in an active shooter. Obviously, getting the shooter to stop shooting is the priority, but there's many other things that we have to do at the same time. We have to multitask. It's not a one-dimensional thing, and every scenario is different.
The scenario where you're standing 75 feet from a building where 70 shots are fired, you're trained to go into the building, right?
That would be a possibility, sure.
Possibility. So the training that you received under Major Samaru, it's only a possibility to go in?
If I can determine that the shots are coming from inside the building, then yes, I would advance towards the building.
And you can determine such as ways that you did with the 1300 by looking in windows, correct?
That's one way, sure.
That's one way.
Mm-hmm.
To open up the door like you did in the 1200 building, correct?
Yes.
Because that's gathering intel, correct?
Yes, it is.
Like when you ask the students running out questions, where's the shooter? That's gathering intel. Things like that could be done, correct?
Yes, it is.
Moving, correct? Just in general, moving. If there's no stimuli, to try to collect stimuli.
If you're not getting any stimulus where you're at, that's an option, yes.
So if you're not getting stimulus for, let's just say 35 minutes, standing in place, you're not going to gather intelligence, right?
It all depends on what the scenario is.
The scenario being that 70 shots are fired 75 feet from you. Shooting is over. Shooting ends. No more stimuli. Do you stand there for 35 to 40 minutes?
As opposed to doing what?
What your training says to do, to go collect intelligence.
Collecting intelligence can mean a lot of different things.
Such as asking kids questions.
Yes.
Looking in windows.
Yes.
Moving to the other side of the building. If you think shots are coming from the football field, moving towards the football field, correct?
It's a possibility, yes.
You said possibility again, but I'm talking about your training. Anything's a possibility. Ninjas could come through that door as a possibility.
The training scenarios don't.
I came back on
train for every
ninjas,
single
so
scenario,
apparently I
there's
missed some good stuff.
possibilities
Thank
that
you,
there's
Alan
other
Parker, for your
avenues
gift
to
memberships
explore,
as always. You've been a huge supporter of the channel recently.
options for you.
And
such
along
as
with
making
Buddha,
sure that
been a
there's
great
nobody coming
supporter of
onto
the
the
channel
campus,
recently,
or
and we
making
really
sure
do
that,
appreciate
there's
all your super chats and all the rest of it. It's very meaningful to me.
that the shooter is not
My
approaching
eye-
you or coming to where the area that you're in.
When you got to Holmberg Road,
My
you
eye has now
contemplated
attacked itself
jumping
less.
over the fence to go to the sounds of the shots, correct?
I did.
Because your training said, what?
That we want to find the shooter.
That's the priority, correct?
It is the priority, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, is the witness excused?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you may step down. Thank you very much. While he's doing that defense, you may call your next witness.
The defense calls Cindy Helverson. Cindy Helverson.
Oh, Alan Parker, you're so wonderful. And Jules Buddha and Alan Parker, you're such great fans of the uncivil law. We really appreciate all the super chats. Alan Parker and Jules Buddha, thank you for all your continuing support here on Uncivil Law. Let's do a little uncivil dance. Little uncivil dance for Alan Parker, Jules Buddha. Uncivil dance for being good supporters of the channel. Woo! Thank you, Alan Parker and Jules Buddha. Thank you so much for all your wonderful support.
Stand, please.
We can even do a little magic chords action here. Oh, Alan Parker, thank you so much for your contributions. And Jules Buddha, thank you so much for helping the channel in all the wonderful financial ways. We really appreciate all the support.
Cindy Helverson, CindiHelverson.
Mr. Egosh, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell the jurors what you do for a living?
I'm a teacher,
And what do you teach?
math,
At what school?
Marjory Stoneman Douglas.
How long have you been a teacher?
16 years.
All at Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
No.
Where were you before?
Several middle schools throughout the county.
And were you a teacher at Marjory Stoneman Douglas on February 14, 2018?
Yes.
What building were you in?
At the time of the shooting, I was in Building 1.
Building 1?
Yes, at the time,
Where did you have a classroom?
in the 1200 building.
And what happened that drew your attention to there being something disturbing at the school?
I heard the fire alarm when I was in the 100 building.
What happened next?
Another coworker and I were walking towards the 1200 building, which was where our post was, where we have to go during a fire drill.
And what path did you take to get there?
We took the path down across the courtyard through the 700 and 800 building.
Can I show you a map, and if you
Sure.
can identify? Or this is Defense Exhibit F. Take a look at that and see if that, the 700 building is over here. And this is
So,
the
yeah,
800
so
building.
we took from the 100 building, we went across through here until we got stopped and turned around to come around.
And did you ever see Scot Peterson?
Yes.
Where did you see him approximately?
I was approximately in this area, and he was at the end of the hallway over here.
Between the 700 and 800 building?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe the sound level of the fire alarm
Very loud.
in that particular area?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens next?
We were approached by Mr. Greenleaf, where we were told this wasn't a drill and to turn around and take cover.
What happened next?
My coworker and I, she fortunately had a key with her. We were able to get into a classroom in the 700 building.
Okay. And what happened next?
We sat there for a very, very long time waiting for somebody to come in and get us. At that point, we didn't hear any more shots. We heard them when we were in the hallways.
Let's talk about that. Where were you when you heard, did you know that there were shots, whatever you heard?
Not at first.
Okay, what did you think that they were?
More like firecrackers or balloons popping.
All right. How many noises did you hear?
Many. It was a barrage of them.
And did you know where they were coming from?
I knew the vicinity, but I didn't know the exact location.
Okay, so first, if you can just identify how close you got to my client when you heard those loud noises. So you had identified already where he was. If you could put your finger on that and then show us just generally where you were.
I was within this vicinity over here when he was more at the end of this building here.
No personal
How
attacks,
close
Jerry.
to him were you when you heard those
Watch
shots?
yourself.
I would say 25 feet.
Okay. Were you able to see what he was doing at the end of the hallway?
I only saw him from the back. I could tell he was either like this, talking on a radio, or I couldn't tell what he was doing because I only saw him from the back.
And just for the record, when you say like this, you had gestured something, you tilted your head, correct?
Yeah, so he was either on his radio or he had his gun pulled. I couldn't really tell what he was doing because I only saw him from the back.
Okay. And first of all, did you feel like those shots that you heard were from inside a particular building or outside or both?
I couldn't tell if they were inside or outside at that point.
No,
And-
it's that we have a rule.
Did you
No
have a
personal
general idea of
attacks.
where you thought they may be
Period.
coming from in that moment?
I knew they were coming
will not
from
tolerate
in
it.
front of me, but I knew they weren't coming from behind me. I just knew that they were in the forward direction.
Other than that, could you narrow it down to any particular specific location, or it was just anywhere?
Somewhere in the vicinity in front of me.
Okay. So how far to the right could that have been? And if,
Speculation.
It could have been if it was to the
Hold on, what's the legal objection?
Speculation. Or could it have been?
Well, no, that's overruled. Ma'am, I don't want you to guess with your personal knowledge. You can go ahead and answer the question.
right, we're talking about what you thought at the
Oh,
time.
sir.
Yeah, that would qualify as a personal attack, Jerry.
The rule of
Yes.
objection. The question is pending, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Need to let the witness answer your question. No, sir. You keep giving the witnesses the answers. All right, and I've already spoken to you about that. So ask your question, answer the question mark, and then the witness may respond. Go ahead, ma'am. You may answer the question.
I knew it was coming from somewhere in the vicinity in front of me. That's all I knew.
Okay. Did you know whether it was coming from the right?
No,
Did you know whether it was coming from the left?
no.
Did you believe that the shots were contained in any particular location?
I did not know that.
And then, did you hear any additional shots before you went into the classroom?
I believe so. I don't remember.
And did those shots sound any different than the first ones?
No.
Did you have any different perspective on where those additional shots might have been coming from?
No, because I was in a different location at that time.
Describe that hallway area. Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
Describe that to the viewers.
It's a covered area, but it's open on the south side and it's open on the north side of the hallway area.
And had you ever experienced any echo in that area?
Just from people
Yeah,
talking.
yes, Jerry
You
got a
can hear
timeout.
echoes
He
and
was
stuff in that area.
warned.
Okay.
And
did there
now
ever
we're
come a
escalating
time
it
when you were
to
there
a
on the
timeout
scene
because
that
he
you
didn't
ever
follow the
thought
rule.
that shots were coming from inside the 1200 building?
We don't allow personal attacks. Of
from
course
the
he got
sound
timed out.
Okay. Thank you, nothing.
You're welcome.
All right, based on that cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Halverson. How are you doing?
Fabulous.
Fabulous. Glad to hear that. You testified on direct that Greenleaf told you this is not a drill to take cover.
Yes.
Approximately, and I'm going to show you a couple of photos. I'm showing you what's already in evidence. That states composite 17. A little bit. Do you recognize this area?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You can actually use the annotator. That means you can actually draw on the screen.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you a couple questions in terms of where you were. The hallway that you're talking about, that you were walking down, can you just draw a line with your finger where that hallway is?
Yes, it's kind of weird. I believe it's in this area.
Now with the X, could you show approximately where Mr. Peterson was? Was he under the covered hallway when you saw him, or was he outside the covered hallway?
I do not recall.
Now the echoes that Ms. Eyebush asked you about, do those echoes occur primarily in the hallway or outside the hallway? So just to the north there.
I would say in the hallway.
So when you're outside the covered area, the covered hallway, the echoes aren't as bad, correct?
I don't know.
Now, about the fire alarm. The fire alarm was on for about approximately a minute. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let us know if
Never
anything
came on.
interesting happens in the press conference about
Not
the
that I
Ocean
recall.
Gate thing.
And you stated the fire alarm was very loud.
If they have
Was it
pictures of
very
the
loud
wreckage or whatever, let us
inside
know.
of the
Or
actual
if they have any
classrooms
information
or
about it,
inside
let
the
us know.
buildings?
Inside the classrooms, they are very loud.
How about outside in the hallways?
They are loud depending upon where you are. If there's an alarm outside of there, yes.
In certain parts of the hallways, could you and I be having this conversation at this volume? Would you be able to hear me?
I think so.
If you're inside, though, you wouldn't be able to hear me, would you, at this volume?
I would be able to hear you.
You would, okay.
I just don't know how clearly.
Understood. Now, how close, using this map, I'm going to change the color to blue. How close approximately would you say you got to Mr. Peterson when you were walking down that hallway?
You want me to draw on there?
Yeah, please.
I was approximately right around this area.
Okay. And you testified that you only saw Mr. Peterson from the back.
Yes.
You didn't see what he was doing in the front.
No.
So you made this gesture as if a radio, and you pointed something out. Did you
Right.
see?
I don't know what he was doing from the front.
Okay. So when you did that, it's just he might have been doing it.
Correct.
And you testified that the sounds of the shots were coming from in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Not to the left, correct?
I don't know that for sure. I knew it was in the vicinity in front of me. It could have been the left, it could have been the right, but I knew it was forward.
And what building was in front of you?
The 1200.
Now, after Mr. Greenleaf told you to get back, where did you go?
I went into the first room, and I'll mark on here.
Yes, please.
The first room in the 700 building.
On the south side of the building.
Yes, I believe it's 702.
And who were you in there with?
Brandy Hermosillo.
Just the two of you?
Yes.
Now, you said that you were in the 100 building, so administration,
Yes.
when this all began, correct?
Yes.
Why were you in the 100 building?
I was on planning, so I had some paperwork that I needed to turn into the office
Where is your regular classroom?
in the 1200.
In the 1200 building. On what floor?
Second,
Which classroom?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Do you know if shots were ever fired
Yes.
in that classroom?
Yes.
Now, at that time, because you were in planning, no students were in that classroom, luckily,
Thank
correct?
goodness, yes.
And obviously, you weren't in the building either.
Correct.
In real time, going back to February 14th of 2018, when you heard those shots, were you thinking about whether they were inside a building or outside a building?
I was not.
Were you thinking about what to do, how to be safe?
Absolutely.
That was your concern?
Yes.
To get out of there?
Yes.
So it was so loud that you immediately turned around, ran away, and went into classroom 702?
Yes.
And that's part of the Code Red training, that if you see your students, but you didn't have any students that day, get them in the classrooms, then shelter yourself, correct?
Correct.
So, and you were trained to do that, correct?
Yes.
There were classes, classes to teachers, presentations to teachers about what to do in Code Red.
Yes.
Do you recall a class in January of 2018?
Yes.
Did you attend that class?
Yes.
Okay. And in that class, it was kind of like a PowerPoint presentation by school board
Yes.
about what to do.
Yes.
Is that a yes? Okay. Did they also tell you what the SRO was to do or police response was to do?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall if you were
Can I
taught
share
that
them on
you're
the screens at the
to
same time? I don't think I can. Ooh, I can do
hunker
it
in
in OBS
place
though.
until police
with
respond and come
captions.
get you?
Yes.
All right, let's see if I can do this. This will be
Do you
interesting.
recall if Mr. Peterson was at that meeting in January?
I do not recall.
Had you had meetings
Let's
like
see.
that before?
No.
Is there closed captions on this? Yes. Sort of. Damn, that's bad video. Does all they have 480p on
Now,
this
did you
press
have a
conference?
radio with you that day?
Yes, the other person had a radio with her, so we had it on very low.
So Ms. Hermosillo had a radio?
Yes.
Did you hear a Code Red announced over the radio?
I do not remember. We didn't have it on very loud at first, so I don't remember if I did or not.
So once you were hunkered in that room, you turned the volume down, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you're taught to do in Code Red if you have a radio, correct?
Yes.
And that's so that if a shooter's coming by, they don't hear someone in the classroom,
Correct.
correct?
This one doesn't have any closed caption. That's really nice. My quest to find coverage of the sub thing is not going great right now.
Just one moment, Sean. When you were inside 702, did you hear additional shots?
I don't believe once I was in that I heard additional shots inside the room.
The shots that you heard, did they sound like a long burst?
It sounded like a barrage.
Barrage, okay.
Ha ha ha. My quest is coming true. Shut up. Yeah. Yeah.
over the school radio, although the volume was turned down, did you hear any communications about the 1200 building?
Can I switch audio to the press conference? Yeah, I guess I
I
could.
can't remember if it was on the radio or not.
Do you recall hearing anything over the school radio about gunshots?
Where's my closed
Yes.
captioning?
Do you recall who said that over the radio?
I've never had a school radio, so I wasn't
There
super
it is.
familiar with people's voices.
Okay.
I knew, I assumed at the time that it was a cop. I wasn't sure if it was Peterson or not, which I did come to find out it was.
I have nothing further on it.
Okay, based on that, you're right.
All right, cool.
Just a few more questions. I don't know exactly where this was, but let me just ask you. Also in front of you was the senior lot, correct?
Yes.
In your mind, did you rule out that the sounds of gunfire could be coming from the senior lot?
I did not rule anything out.
And also, there were a few times when you said, you know, I'm trying to remember, I don't remember. This happened 5 years ago, correct?
Yes,
Was your memory better 5 years ago?
absolutely.
And do you remember giving a sworn statement to law enforcement?
Yes, multiple.
Okay. And that was years ago, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the name of the law enforcement officer who took that statement from you?
No.
Okay. If you had your statement to look at, would that refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Let me show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit O. You could just take a look at that, and you know if that refreshes your recollection of who took your statement.
Yes, I remember.
And who was it?
Keith Riddick, Special Agent Louis Negret.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Based on that, any referrals?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, I just have a question. The teacher that she was with, can you give me that name of the teacher?
Brandy
Last name.
Hermosillo, Hermosillo, maybe?
Okay, I'll look it up. Thank you.
Mr. Aguirre, the witness is excused.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Step down. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, while she's doing that, the next witness is going to be on the technology. I'm going to have you step in the back real quick so we can get that set up. Same admonition as always, please don't discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, the witnesses, or the testimony. As soon as we have the technology set up, I'll be right back with you. Thank you. Okay, we're outside the presence of the jury. Everyone can be seated. Do we know the person that I'm looking for on the Zoom?
It's Dylan Redshaw. You see him? Okay.
We just need to get Mr. Peterson on.
I'm working on that now.
Ma'am, if you'll just bear with me a minute, I'll be right with you. see you. Can I get you to unmute your sound, please?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, perfect.
Is in a car?
So we're outside. We're gonna do.
Wait, say that
Any
again?
other place to do this except inside your car? There should be a rule against this. No testifying from inside a car.
Hello?
Yep. I'm sure. Ms. Redshaw.
Hi.
Maybe mute yourself. Mute my sound? Yes. Can you hear me now? No. I'm just gonna turn the volumes down. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. That resolved it. All right, so we're gonna do this outside of the presence of the jury, and then I'm gonna bring the jury back in, and I'm gonna do this again in front of the jury, and then the lawyers are gonna ask you some questions, okay?
Yeah. Wait, without the jury in, I'm going to tell the story twice, or no?
I'm just gonna put you under oath here, make sure everyone can see you and hear you, okay? Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yeah.
You can put your hand down. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Dylan Redshaw. DYLAN
I just found the YouTube compression
REDSHAW.
settings finally, so I think I fixed the audio. Hopefully it'll be even better than ever before. Let's find out.
I can't see anyone.
You can't see anyone.
No, my camera is like viewed at like this like desk, but no one's standing there. That's like all I see is like the desk with a computer, but no one's standing there.
You don't see, you don't have another person on your frame?
Oh, I see, yes, I see Mark.
Okay, so you can,
No.
can you see the gentleman with the blue jacket and the dark striped tie?
Yep.
Mr. Peterson, you can see and hear the witness?
I can, Your Honor.
Can you hear, did you hear him answer my question?
I did very quietly, but I can see him, yeah.
No, I need to make sure you can hear him, man. Hold on.
Maybe if you said it a little louder, I could hear enough, yeah.
As loud as you can, sir. Can you see and hear the witness?
I can, Your Honor.
That was cool, yeah, I could hear. Thank you.
Okay, you state, ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we bring the jury back in.
I got steak in my oven, by the way.
Your Honor.
It's gonna be ready in 7 minutes. I'm pretty excited about that.
He has an exhibit he wants to share, so I'm gonna do it for him.
More toaster oven steak. Why she need to hear the defendant? Just confirmation that, you know, they both can see and hear each other. Just verification. No state attorney has joined the call.
Right here, hold this. Which map is on? Oh, I don't have yours. I can.
My steak will be ready in 5 minutes. Glorious. Got my little meat thermometer, by the way, a little Bluetooth meter thermometer for those of you not familiar. So I got a little Bluetooth thermometer in my steak that tells me exactly when it will be ready. Because it knows exactly what temperature it is.
Your Honor, he doesn't want to do it. So
Bluetooth thermometer kicks ass.
Jurors entering.
No, this is a student, I'm pretty sure. I just haven't changed the captain since last time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in.
Let's see if I can change the thing. Sometimes
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back in those seats, you may be seated. All the
I don't
parties
know who
may
this
be
is.
seated.
We'll get a name.
Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to put the notepads back down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, when we took our quick break to set up the technology, we were in the middle of the defense presentation. We're going to resume at that point. Defense, when you are ready, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dylan Redshaw. Dylan Redshaw.
All right, Ms. Redshaw, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Dylan Redshaw, DYLANREDSHAW.
Mr. Eyewash, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, Ms. Redshaw.
Hi.
Hi. Would you prefer that I call you Dylan or Ms. Redshaw?
Dylan is good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dylan, where are you right now? What city?
Tallahassee, Florida.
And how come you're there?
Because I went to college here and I'm working here over the summer.
And did you graduate?
I just graduated, yeah.
Congratulations. What kind of work are you doing?
I graduated with an acting degree.
Okay. And did you ask that we accommodate you to appear by Zoom so that you didn't have to fly in to be in court?
Correct.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to February 14, 2018, the day of the shooting. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. Tell us what you were doing prior to the fire alarm, the second fire alarm, the one in the afternoon. What were you doing?
I was sitting in the drama room, which was room 710, and we were rehearsing for a show. And I was sitting in the drama room office, and I was like doing my like AP US history homework on my computer.
Whose classroom were you in? Do you remember?
Miss Hertzfeld.
Miss Hertzfeld?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then what happened? Tell us what happened.
So I was sitting doing my homework, and then the fire alarm went off, and I thought in my head we already had a fire alarm. I thought I don't want to go outside for the fire alarm. We already had one. I'm lazy. But then my teacher, Miss Hertzfeld, said, "Come on, everyone, let's go out for the fire alarm."
Do you remember Perry and Ruby Harris? Do you remember those students?
I don't remember them. I mean, I know them. They're my friends, but I don't like remember seeing them or anything. Like, I just like, I know they were in drama at that time though.
Okay.
They were with me like in the aftermath, but like I don't like remember like seeing them at that time or anything, but they were in the bathroom with me.
All right, and so you go out of your classroom, and then what happens?
Yeah, so I go out of my classroom for the fire drill, and I get about halfway in between where my building is and the freshman building.
That TikTok video.
Is the freshman building also known as the 1200 building?
No, I don't think she is. Hold on.
So you're halfway between.
She looks a lot like that girl from the TikTok video that did, "Please don't text me when you're drunk."
Then I hear the loudest sound I have ever heard and probably will ever hear in my life, I hope.
What did it sound like? What did it sound like, Dylan?
It sounded like...
Okay, my steak is ready. Gotta go get it now.
Boom.
Be back.
Was it one long big boom, or was it multiple?
It sounded like one long big boom, but upon reflection, I know that what it was like boom, 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 but it sounded like one long boom because it was a bunch at once.
Okay. In the moment, though, it sounded to you like one long boom?
Yeah.
And what did you do next?
I froze.
How were you feeling?
I felt like I had no idea what was going on or what just happened. I felt like I heard a bomb and I froze in the middle. I completely froze. And I remember my body like turned, like I just like turned my body and I just was frozen. I just was completely frozen.
What happened next?
And then all my friends, I saw all my friends start running back towards the classroom past me.
What happened
And I was just frozen. And all my friends were running, and then I started running back towards my classroom.
And then what happened next?
Then we went into the classroom, and I immediately I ran straight to the closet, and I was like the last person back in the classroom because I was like frozen for so long. And I was like the last person in the classroom, but I was like the first person in like the back closet with my two friends. And then Mr. Porter was on the announcement saying code red.
Steak needs a few more minutes.
How long do you think you stayed in that closet?
I think I was in the closet for about like an hour and a half, maybe, or 2 hours.
And when you heard the boom outside of your classroom, did you ever hear any more sounds like that?
Yes. When I was sitting inside my closet, when we got in the closet, the code red thing went off, and then we like turned off the lights and stuff. And then we turned off, like everything like was moving really fast. We like turned off the lights, everyone came in the closet, and then we were silent right after that. We all were just completely silent in the dark. And right then and there is when we heard boom, 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 boom. And it was less like boom, and it was just more like boom. Boom, 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 boom.
I want to first refer you to the first boom that you heard, which was outside your classroom. You said between the 700 and the 1200 building, correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Where did you think that the sound was coming from?
I don't know. I thought it was coming from everywhere around me. It sounded like it was under me, above me, all around me. But I remember when I turned, I was like walking towards the parking lot, and then when I like froze and I turned like towards like the side of the front of the freshman building side, I don't know, like the northeast, southwest, but you know what I mean? Like the other way from the parking lot, I turned that way.
Okay.
Towards like the football field.
So it would have been you were moving towards the football field?
Yeah, I didn't move though. I just turned, like I was walking towards the parking lot, and then the sound happened, and then I turned the other way and froze.
Okay. So back to where you thought the sound might be coming from, you said it could have been
So that's the end of the press
anywhere or
conference.
everywhere, is that what you said?
That's the end of that for the deep.
It sounded like it was extremely close to me. But it also sounded like, it was just coming from, it sounded like it was just like all around me, but it sounded like it was very close to where I was.
Okay.
Because it was very loud.
In that moment, could you have moved in a particular direction to move closer to that sound?
I didn't move closer to the sound. I froze in place. But I also was outside for 10 seconds, and I was a high school girl who didn't hear a gunshot before.
Right. Based upon the sound that you heard, would you have known whether to, if you were going to go running towards that sound, would you have known to run to the right, to the left, behind you, or forward? Could you tell?
I don't think so, because I was in a state of shock and dissociation, and I did not understand what was happening in the moment at all.
Okay.
At all.
I understand.
And even when I went back to my classroom, I still did not understand what was happening. I could not comprehend that it was a shooting happening.
I totally understand. One final
Yeah.
question. Did you ever meet with any law enforcement officers to tell what you just told us prior to today?
Yeah, is this Keith Riddick? I guess his name is Keith Riddick. I did meet one.
That's who you met with?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Okay, cross-examination, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Dylan. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm all right.
This will be quick, I promise.
Thank you. No, it's all good.
when you met with Inspector Riddick, was that in June of 2018?
Yeah.
And going back to what you just testified to Mr. Ivarsh.
What is it? It's bacon wrapped steak,
You stated that it was
baby.
the loudest sound you'd ever heard in your entire life, correct?
Yes.
Bacon wrapped steak.
And then you heard a
Bacon
boom before you went back to the classroom and booms while you were in the classroom, correct?
Yes.
A little Bluetooth temperature.
And the
probe in
first boom, when you were outside, when you were on the grass, it sounded extremely close to you, right?
Yes. And when I was inside the classroom too, it sounded extremely close to me.
Okay.
Just
And you
let
were
it
in
rest
that
there.
classroom an hour and a half, correct?
Yeah.
Were you waiting for police officers to come and get you guys, to get you and your friends that were in the classroom?
Yes.
Were you thinking in that hour and a half, where are the cops?
Yes.
Dylan, just a few more questions, I'm sorry. If you need
No,
to.
please feel free to ask. I'm happy to answer these.
You said that you heard the assistant principal Porter say the code red, correct?
Yes.
And is that kind of over a speaker in your classroom?
Yes.
Now, when the code red was announced, did you also hear gunfire in the back when the code red was announced?
You mean on the back of the announcement or in
Either.
in the back of like yeah, like not on the announcement, but in my vicinity, yeah.
Okay. Now, you were in 11th grade when this happened?
Yes.
How old were you? 16, 17?
I believe 17.
And you had never heard gunshots before in your life?
No. Of course not.
I don't know why, of course not. Maybe
When you heard the loud boom and you froze, were you thinking about where did that come from, or were you thinking about getting back to safety?
I was not thinking where did that come from. Thank you for asking that. I was thinking, I have no idea what I was thinking. I was thinking my mind went blank and I was thinking I'm terrified, yeah. I was thinking I have no idea what that, I thought a building blew up and I thought I was unsafe, yeah.
You felt unsafe and you ran back away from the 1200 building to safety.
Yes, and I also saw that my friends, I remember just being in a state of dissociation, but when my friends were running back past me, I could see the horror on their faces. I remember my friend Alex turned to me and his face looked so horrified, and I knew something really bad had happened, but I could not understand what it was.
Is that Alex Wind?
Yes.
Just 1 second, Dylan.
No, thank you.
Dylan, when you heard, I guess it would be in the classroom, the booms, can you just recreate what it sounded like? Not the volume, but just how rapid the booms sounded.
Yeah, we mean when I went back into the room or outside?
Well, let's talk about outside first.
So outside, I remember it being what I can remember is boom, and that was it. But upon reflection, I know for sure that it was boom, 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 boom. But it sounded like one really long thing, because it was a lot of gunshots at once. That was that, and then.
When you were in the class, when you were in the classroom, I guess in the closet of the
Objection,
classroom, what did it
speculation.
sound like?
Yes,
You don't know
I also
about
have
the
seen
gunshots on the inside.
videos from inside freshman building of the exact
Well,
gunshots.
Dylan, just talking about what you remember that day. We're not going to focus on any of the videos that you've seen. Just from what you recall that day, when you were in Ms. Hertzfeld's classroom, in the closet hiding, what did the shots sound like? In succession, not volume.
They sounded like boom, 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 boom.
So there you
Like probably a lot too. Like it wasn't like 4. It was like 30. Like, you know.
Did you? I'm sorry for the record. Did you say 30?
Yeah, or maybe more. Like I don't remember, but I do remember that it was not like 3. It was like a good amount, and it was lasting for like 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then finally, after like 10 minutes, we didn't hear anything anymore.
Okay. Thank you, Dylan. I have nothing further.
Thank you so much.
Based on that, and you redirect.
No, nothing further.
Okay, is the witness excused?
Yes, she is.
All right, Mr. Childs, you're excused at this point. Thanks for bearing with us with the technology. I'm going to sign off on the meeting, okay?
Thank you.
Oof. Rough. Well, now we know the meeting ID of the
Thank you,
Zoom
Your Honor.
meeting. Thanks for sharing with us a
Defense
long
calls
time. So
Angela Mize.
I'll just note that I would
Angela
encourage you
Mize.
not to try to join the Zoom meeting. The meeting ID, which just displayed on screen. Thank you, Law and Crime, for that wonderful work. Once again, you're just geniuses over there with the camera department over there, just having a great old time. Show the jury, show the meeting ID for the Zoom. That's great. You guys are doing great. All right, you're just the best media channel ever, with just showing all the things and great camera control and fantastic audio. No problems here. It's not like you guys do this every single day in courtrooms across the country. You know, it's just your first time doing this ever. Why would we expect you to get it right? Eh. Eh. Who hires these clowns over there? I mean, it's literally all they do. All they do is trials. How hard is this? At this point.
Before you have a seat, you just stop and look at me. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please be seated. And once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair all the way forward as far as it will go, can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Angela Mize, Angela Mize.
Mr. Igosh, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mize. What do you do for a living? Can you tell the jurors?
I'm the Director of Regional Communications for the Broward Sheriff's Office.
And what does that mean?
I oversee operations for 911, law enforcement, and fire dispatch services.
And how long have you been doing that?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office 30 years, in communications for 28 of those years. I've been a director since 2019.
What is the purpose of the Broward County Regional, it's called the Communications System, correct?
That is correct. Regional communication system, the intent behind it is to consolidate and to share the platforms that are critical to 911 and dispatch services, specifically the computers, the radio, and the telephone system.
Did all the agencies participate in the 911 system back on February 14, 2018?
No.
Which agencies did not participate?
Coral Springs and Plantation.
So let's talk about Coral Springs, for example. What did that mean because they weren't participating with 911? What did that mean?
They were disparate from the Sheriff's Office system and services, which meant that they would have been on a completely independent computer system, radio system, and telephone system.
Do you know why? Why they didn't participate?
There's a number of reasons, but essentially they just wanted to maintain independence and have their own ability to control their systems.
And so if a 911 call was made from a cellular phone on February 14, 2018, where would that 911 call go?
In the city of Parkland.
That's correct.
The 911 for a cellular phone would have been delivered to Coral Springs.
Would BSO be notified of the contents of those calls?
Not automatically, no.
How, if they wanted to share that information, how would they have done that?
Coral Springs would have had to have transferred the caller to us.
Is there any other way other than transfer? Well, let's talk about transferring. Tell the jurors what transferring calls over to BSO would mean.
Well, essentially, if anybody ever dialed 911, it's not something that you potentially see commonly, where essentially You're reaching a 911 operator, but what you need cannot be serviced by the operator you're reaching. So what happens is that phone call now needs to be transferred to an operator that can provide the services, be that law enforcement or fire rescue or both, in order to assist you.
And so on February 14, 2018, if a call came in, let's say from a landline, who would get that call in Parkland?
Parkland landline 911 calls go to BSO.
Okay. But every cellular call that, for example, would be made by students on campus, that would go where?
Coral Springs.
And we talked about transferring. Are you aware of Coral Springs ever transferring any of the calls that they received to BSO during the shooting?
We received, if I recall correctly, 2 to 3 calls that were connected to us from Coral Springs. However, we did not communicate with the callers. Coral Springs transferred over to us, but then verbally advised what information they had obtained themselves. So we never had direct one-on-one interrogation with those callers that Coral Springs received.
Do you recall what information Coral Springs would have relayed to BSO dispatch during the shooting?
They gave us preliminary information based upon the first couple of moments of the incident occurring, so it was very preliminary. I don't recall specifically what exactly they had informed us. I do know by looking at subsequent information that they had received a lot, very specific information as far as location, victim count, things of that nature. We did not get that information.
At all?
Not that I recall, no.
And so you can tell us then whether or not anyone from BSO went on the BSO radio and then would have alerted law enforcement deputies specifically where the shooter or shooters may have been located.
We would not have had that information to give to the deputies on the radio. That is correct.
Did you have any information that even people were injured or killed in the 1200 building?
Not that I recall. Not at that time.
And then that information wouldn't have gone out on the BSO radio, correct?
Correct.
And then if my client is monitoring his BSO radio, he wouldn't have known that information, is that correct?
Correct.
Speculation.
Well, it's overruled. She already answered the question. Go ahead, sir. Ask your next question.
Is there another way other than transferring that Coral Springs could have gotten information to BSO to be then communicated to deputies on the scene?
They could have utilized the radio system through what we refer to as a patch.
Explain for the jurors about that.
A patch is essentially connecting 2 radio talk groups together so that the users on either talk group now have a shared resource, so they're hearing each other.
And was that ever done during the shooting?
Not that I recall on the law enforcement side, no.
Do you know how it is initiated? In other words, who tells the person to do a patch?
It could be done by the field requesting it. It could be done by the communications center initiating it based upon the circumstances. But the key to a patch is having the ability to do that.
And do you believe that not having a patch in any way affected the BSO deputies on the scene?
Objection to speculation, calls for opinion.
That's sustained.
Do you have any information concerning whether the radios, the BSO radios, were functioning properly during the shooting?
They were functioning. However, the radios have capacity. So what had happened was the radio system met its capacity. And as a result of that, it was throttling. And what that would mean is the end user would experience what we refer to as bonking. It is literally just that kind of a noise. It's a busy signal. Similar to on a landline phone, if you dial a phone number and that caller is on the other line, you may hear a busy signal. Same concept. That's what the radio system was doing.
How long had this radio system been in use at the time of the shooting?
Again, that's a Broward County question. My understanding, approximately 25 to 30 years, that system would have been up and running at the time of the shooting.
Did you believe the system was capable of handling the volume of calls that were being made during the shooting?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation and opinion.
Yeah, that's sustained.
To patch a radio system, like Coral Springs to BSO, how long would that process take?
Seconds,
Hitting a couple buttons?
essentially, yes. It's two icons. You're essentially clicking two icons together to establish a patch.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mize, on direct, you were asked about the radios, and you said functioning but at capacity. Is that like a bandwidth issue?
Sure, essentially.
Okay.
Yes.
So before every officer in Broward County, or BSO officer in Broward County arrives at a scene, the radios are functioning.
Yes.
Do you know specifically when the radios started throttling?
Time-wise, I do not know off the top of my head.
But based upon your experience, it would be when a large group of backup arrives.
When a large group of utilizing or users is keying up, not necessarily arriving,
Got
but
it.
when they're keying up.
And until the radios meet this capacity, they're functioning.
Yes.
Steak. Got to get some food in me so I can do my workout later, you know? Got to give some time for that food to digest.
And when you said that Coral Springs sent over 2 to 3 calls, correct?
Correct.
That was in the beginning of
Yes.
when the shooting happened.
Yes.
So BSO was notified right at the inception of when the shooter started, the 911 started calling coming in.
Essentially, once when Coral Springs was being notified, they advised us.
Okay, nothing further.
Based on that, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Steak.
Yes, sir.
You missed that now? Thank you very much. While she's doing that, defense, you may call your next witness.
Just be able to brief sidebars.
For the person who asked earlier why the cell phones go to a different place than the landlines, it's because we don't know where the caller is in a cell phone, right? We know they're connected to a tower. We know where the tower is, but we don't know where the caller is. And if you live near a county line or a border line, right? So, or potentially even further than that, depending on cell phone condition, right? We don't know which center to send you to. So, you know, if you're on a cell phone, the odds of getting the wrong 911 center are pretty great. And certainly at the time, E911 hadn't been invented yet, and I don't think was a requirement of the carriers. So now the carriers are required to share geographic information of the cell phone as part of the information in 911, although I'm not sure even every 911 center is necessarily capable of receiving that signal, which is a whole nother problem. But yeah, E911 hadn't been invented yet. So we didn't know where to connect them to. And even today, I'm pretty sure, although it's a requirement for the carriers, I'm pretty sure some centers can't receive the signal. So, the technology lags.
Might be calling.
I don't have an exact number just yet. If we
The prosecution rested 2 days ago.
finish with this witness, and then we typically organize who we're
A
going to
news when
call.
the defense rests now.
I can give you a much better idea.
Okay, because I'll just have front end of that conversation, and then before you get to the end of your presentation, I'll have to have the second part of that conversation. But we can do that after we're outside the presence of the jury today. So real quick, 5-minute restroom break, then we'll come back, handle the last witness for the day, and then we'll discuss scheduling after that. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
All right, so they're going to discuss scheduling. It looks like the judge is going to give the formal notification to the defendant of his rights to testify, although not ask him the ultimate question today, but give him his notice today. So exciting. Yeah, I don't know when the defense rests. They say, well, we'll be in a little bit better position now this afternoon. It's like, okay. So maybe we'll have an answer by the end. So at least for the sub people, it seems like they didn't suffer for very long, because it appears there was some sort of catastrophic failure, although it's not clear exactly when that catastrophic failure occurred. So maybe not, right? We know there was catastrophic implosion, but we don't necessarily know when in the sub. So were they lingering at the bottom for some time and then the sub imploded? Well, they said it was found near the Titanic, right? So apparently got near where it was supposed to be. I'm not sure if they know when the sub exploded. Maybe they know from the size of the debris field, roughly when at what depth it imploded. I'd be interested to know whether or not they suffered or not. But I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that the people in the sub had some foreknowledge of their impending doom. It just wasn't implode and done. I'm assuming there was some sort of catastrophic loss of power, catastrophic loss of thing. The thing sank and then blew up. Can I turn up my volume? Sure. Yeah, I'm at 50. I'm at 20%. I'll turn up the volume. I was low for the entire Supreme Court React this morning because I forgot to change my volume levels. That's fine. That's fine. I'll fix it in post. Goddamn technology. I forgot to fucking change my volume levels this morning for the Supreme Court React. God damn it. Sub imploded when they lost contact? Maybe. I don't know if those are joint or not. I mean, that would be logical that the implosion caused the loss of contact, but also logical that, some underlying problem caused the loss of contact, which also caused the ship to sink uncontrollably, which then caused the implosion. But, who knows? I don't know. 16 miles from the Titanic. So that would suggest they lost communication relatively early. Okay. So it wasn't near the Titanic. Okay. So I misunderstood. My impression was it was found near the Titanic. So if it was found very far from the Titanic, then yes, it's more likely that it imploded nearer to the surface and the loss of life was pretty instant. So, and yeah, Sandra also didn't remind me. That's okay. I can fix the volume in post. So we'll see. Yeah. We'll see how this all goes in terms of things. Occam's razor at those depths, things happen fast. They certainly can happen fast. That's true. That's true. At those depths, a leak isn't a leak, right? At those depths, a leak is pretty much the ship tears apart. Yeah. Yeah. Hull breach and a millisecond later, it's over. Yep, pretty much. So I guess that's some good news. Death came quick. So that's nice, I suppose, as opposed to the alternative of lying down at the depths and slowly suffocating and breathing carbon dioxide as there's no power, as we're in the dark. If you have to pick between the two, the insta death of the hull implosion is sounding a lot better to me. Hypothermia would set in. I don't know about that. I'm not sure how hypothermia would work in that situation. It's obviously very cold at those depths, but then again, you've got 5 or 6 people inside the sub, and there's body heat from them. So I'm not sure how hypothermia would work in that situation. I don't want to find out. Well, it's really cold outside, but on the plus side, it's insulated, and I got the body heat of people inside. So which is going to win this race? Don't want to know. Let's not do the calculation. Yeah. But a simple USB physical volume knob for your setup? Well, I do have a volume knob for the gain, but I don't really want to change the gain up and down. So we'll just do it in software for the moment. 1,600 feet from the bow of the Titanic. See, 1,600 feet suggests more that they blew up closer to the Titanic. 1,600 feet is a quarter mile. So that doesn't suggest they blew up as soon as that suggests more a sinking to the bottom uncontrolled without power and then implosion. If it's 1,600 feet from the Titanic, yeah, that's only a quarter mile, which might be the distance that they observed the Titanic from at depth. I don't know. I don't know how close they get to the Titanic at depth. 1,600, maybe 1,600 feet is their observation distance, but it suggests they're pretty close. I don't know. The debris field is in a flat area and doesn't overlap the Titanic that's spread. Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be spread a little bit from the implosion, but the question is the spread is how much, right? It's kind of like you would imagine it's like a shotgun going off, right? The stuff is going to spread. Now, how far away you are from the shotgun is how wide the spread is. So the spread distance will somewhat inform you of how far away from the bottom it was, right? Because if it implodes at the very bottom, it will implode, but it won't be able to go very far because it's at the very bottom. If it implodes higher up, it will implode and will have more distance to cover. So at least that's how it would seem to me. I'm not a hydrological engineer, but I would assume that the spread is correlated to the distance from the bottom in a way that might be determinable to at least some degree using what rudimentary physics I have in my head. Also taking note that water, of course, is very dense. So, but then again, I would imagine implosion can be pretty volatile, but still you would be able to make some determinations. But I don't know. Ask a hydrological engineer for further details, I guess, and ask an expert on subs and implosions. My undergrad physics is not that good. But just using a little bit of basic physics and a little bit of common sense, it's like, okay, here's what I think it's probably true. Bigger debris field implies calamity further from depth, further from bottom. I don't know. You might want to buy a better sub next time. I think is the takeaway lesson here. Takeaway lesson is you don't want to build a sub on the cheap. There was no way to rescue this sub, by the way. There's no way to rescue this sub. There's no subs that go that deep. The US the Navy doesn't have subs that go that deep. They don't have anything close to that depth. There's no Navy sub that goes that deep. There's no rescue. I'm not sure why they were doing a search and rescue. Because they have no ability to do a rescue. There's nothing they can do. There's no US asset that can go that deep. They're screwed. What are they gonna do? Get a claw machine and try to claw it up? You're beyond all hope here. It doesn't have a standard hatch, and even if it did, you couldn't get a rescue submersible that deep anyway. You're toast, dude. Tea to the tea toast.
For today, yes.
Okay, please bring the jury back.
You need a tow cable? The ROV also had the ability to attach a cable. Oof. I don't know, man. Would you want to attach a cable and link your fate to theirs? Oof. I don't know, man. No, because am I going to be able to get that cable free? Am I sure I'm going to be able to get that cable free if I have to? Oof. Oh, the ROV is remote? Oh, okay. All right. All right. Fair enough. I didn't know they had ROVs that were, I just didn't know that they had ROVs that were that big, that could go that deep, that were capable of lifting this much weight. So I suppose I should have heard ROV and assumed remote operational vehicle. I just didn't know they had an ROV that would be capable of this. But okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Come on in. Once you're back in the seats, you may be seated. All the parties may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you using the notepads, I'll give you a moment to get your notepads back out.
Yeah, fair enough. You attach a cable and you start to activate the winch. But why does the sub come up as opposed to you going down? Right, that's the problem.
Sandra Rennie.
If you attach a cable from your ROV to the sub and you activate that winch, why does sub come up instead of you go down? Unless the ROV is really, really buoyant. It has to be buoyant enough, not only for itself, but also for the weight it's trying to tow. I didn't know they made ROVs that big. I'm skeptical. $50 from Donna Parker. Thank you very much, Donna, for your wonderful supportive super chat. Is extensively appreciated. Thanks to everyone who supports the channel. Yeah. Yeah. $50 from Donna Parker. Oh, Donna, thank you so much for your kind super chat. Donna is the best, supporting the channel. Donna Parker, $50 super chat.
And once you are seated, if I can get you to scoot that chair forward as far as it will go. Can you please state your full name and spell your full name?
Sandra Rennie, SANDRARENNIE.
Mr. Eidlosh, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Rennie.
Good afternoon.
How are you feeling right now?
I'm a little anxious.
Yeah. Have you ever testified in front of a jury before or in court?
No,
What do you do for a living?
I'm a teacher.
Can you speak up a little bit? It might be mine. Yeah, just make sure we all can hear you.
Okay, I'm a teacher.
And how long have you been a teacher?
About close, maybe 25 years.
And how long, have you ever taught at Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
Yes, I
How long
teach
have
at
you-
one.
How long have you been teaching now?
6 years?
And back on February 14, 2018, is that where you were teaching?
Yes.
And what did you teach?
I taught AP Computer Science Principles, and I also taught engineering.
And where was your classroom located, in what building?
My classroom is in the 700 building, room 702.
All right. Let me show you and see if this photo contains where your class might be. This is Defense Exhibit E. Can you take a look at this photo? Is your class in this photo?
Turn around the other way. Okay, wait, this is a 1200 building,
Correct.
so no, my class is on the other side of that building.
Okay. And would it be closer to the west side or the east side?
It's, okay, wait a minute.
Sorry.
Let me get my bearings.
Sorry.
So,
West side would be towards the football field, that direction, and
Yeah.
the east side is the other way. So is your classroom closer to the west side of this or the east side?
the east side.
Okay. Approximately how many students did you have around the time of February 4th, on the day of February 14, 2018? And when the fire alarm went off, we're specifically talking about?
Approximately 35 students.
Okay. And tell us what happened.
I had a student who requested to go to the 1200 building to get his course card signed by a teacher. So I allowed him to go, and he returned very quickly. And he was a little winded, and he told me that he went into the building, he opened the door, and he saw smoke in the hallway, and someone was running around in the smoke, and it sounded like they were setting off firecrackers. So he didn't go in, he ran back to the classroom to tell me.
Okay, and what did you do next?
Well, as he was telling me the story about what was going on, the fire bells went off, so I automatically assumed it was because of the firecrackers that were being set off in that building, as he said, the smoke in the hallway. So we started to exit my classroom, 702, to head towards the 1200 building because that's my evacuation route if ever there's a fire.
And then what happened?
So when I got to the corner of my building to turn left, to go down the hallway towards the 700 building, I stopped the kids for a minute and I went ahead of them to look down towards the 1200 building, and that's when I heard the gunshots. I heard 5 gunshots.
Did you know that there were gunshots right away?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Even though you had heard your student tell you firecrackers, you knew there were gunshots?
I knew they were not firecrackers.
Okay.
So my next thought was, it sounds like gunshots.
Okay, what happened next?
And then right about that time, I saw Deputy Peterson run across the walkway, like coming from the front of the building, there was another building off to the right. He came and he ran across my pathway. And as he was running across, I heard him saying, "Get back."
Who was he saying that to? Who was Deputy Peterson saying get back to?
I assumed he was saying get back to the teachers who were on that side of the building that faces the 1200 building, because they may have, I'm assuming, they may have been coming out of their classroom at that time because of the fire bells. So he was probably telling them to get back. I don't know if he saw me, but I just heard him say get back.
And how close were you to Deputy Peterson when you heard these 5 shots?
He was probably maybe 10 feet away from me.
All right. And where did you think that those 5 shots were coming from?
I thought they were coming from between the 700 and the 1200 building. There's that grassy area in the picture.
Does this photograph kind of memorialize where you thought the shots were coming?
Yes, because I was at so my classroom is on that side of the building, so I was coming up the hallway here.
Yes.
Because I was going to go out past the 1200 building to my evacuation zone. Okay. But when I got like here down in that hallway, I stopped there. I thought it was coming from here in this grassy area.
Okay.
But I couldn't see. And he ran across like from here to here. He was running into the grassy areas.
Okay. So, did it sound like the gunfire was coming from inside or outside?
At that time, it sounded like it was coming from outside.
Okay. And even though your student had told you that there were firecrackers inside the 1200 building,
yes,
you still thought that the shots were coming from outside?
Yes. It sounded that loud.
Okay.
Didn't sound like it was inside of the building.
Okay. And do you have any familiarity with whether there's an echo in that area that you were at?
There is a hallway that I had to walk through, and yeah, there's an echo. There's the auditorium building, which is that building that Deputy Peterson ran by, and then there's my building. So, and then it's a kind of like a covered walkway that you have to walk through. So yes, there is an echo there.
Okay. And finally, did you ever share this with any law enforcement officers?
Yes,
And this would have been closer to when that occurred, correct?
yes.
And offhand, do you remember the name of the investigator that you spoke to?
No.
When you gave your statement, though, this was years ago, correct?
Yes.
Was there ever a time when you heard those shots that you said, my goodness, it's coming from the 1200 building?
No, I thought it was coming from outside between the 700 and 1200 building.
Okay. I thank you for coming in today. Good
You're
luck to you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Cross-examination, go ahead.
Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Rennan.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to show you a map on screen, Judge, if I may, and with the annotator. I'm showing you what's already in evidence as States Composite 17. Take this. Now, as you can tell from what I erased, you can actually mark on your screen just using your finger, okay?
Okay.
I know, I'll walk you through it, don't
I'm
worry.
looking
I
at the
will
top
walk.
of buildings.
Are you familiar with this? Do you recognize this area?
Okay, wait, let me see where I am. Wait, I think I think I know.
Zoom out a little bit more.
Yeah,
on this
maybe.
picture. If not, I can show you another picture. Let me show you another picture. You can
Okay.
familiarize yourself. I'm showing you what's already in evidence in States 1.
Okay, I think I just got it.
Take a look at the picture. What else?
I just got it.
Okay. Do you recognize this picture as the campus of MSD?
Yes, I like the other one better, but yes.
Do you see the area up around there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, showing you what's in the States.
Yes, okay, I got it.
So where is, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you see the 700 building?
Yes,
Okay. Can you just mark that with an X?
this is the 700 building right here.
Okay. Now, where you marked, that's actually pretty close to where your classroom is. Right?
Yes, right at the end.
702?
Yes,
Okay. So, fire alarm goes off.
yes.
What route did you take? If you could just trace your finger with it.
I came out of my classroom, and I went this way. Got to the edge of the building. I'm supposed to go this way.
And how far did you get? You can stop it when you get to approximately where you were.
Okay, so let's back it up.
Okay. So let me do
Erase
this.
that.
Hold on. I'll do it. And now you can,
Okay.
you can pick it up from there.
I stopped right there.
Okay. And you stopped because you heard gunshots.
I stopped because I wanted to go ahead of my students
Understood.
to look down towards the 1200 building to see if there were any kids down there with firecrackers or whatever he had said.
Did you ever proceed north towards the 1200 building, or is that the farthest you got?
No, that's the farthest I got.
Okay. So that is the area, though, when you started hearing the gunshots?
Yes,
Now, you're familiar with gunshots. You've heard gunshots before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You instantly knew, as soon as you heard it, that it was gunshots?
I knew it was not firecrackers.
Okay.
So, yeah, I would assume would be gunshots.
So it's kind of like a logical deduction. If it's not firecrackers and it's that loud?
Yes,
Okay. Now, before the fire alarm, you said that a student went over to the 1200 building to get something signed from another teacher.
yes,
And that individual, that student, came back very quickly.
very quickly.
And he told you, and on direct examination, this was elicited, that he opened the door to the 1200, that he saw smoke, that someone was running, and that he heard firecrackers.
Yes,
Okay. But that he didn't go in,
right.
so just opened the door.
He opened the door.
Immediately after that conversation you had with that student, the fire alarm goes off.
Yes, as we were speaking about it, the fire alarm went off.
Fire alarm inside your classroom, how loud is the fire alarm?
It's inside and outside, it's very loud.
Okay. Is it louder inside than outside?
I'd say, no, yes, yes.
Yes?
Because my bells are right there, yeah.
Now, when you're in this, go back to the picture, when you're at that spot where you stopped, you saw Mr. Peterson running.
Yes,
Can you just, and I'm going to change the color here, can you just show the area approximately where he was running?
he came from here and ran across there.
Okay. Why did you think he was running?
The noise, the gunshots, the whatever, everything was happening at the same time.
So you thought he was running to confront the shooter?
I thought he was running to, I didn't think about all of that, but.
Well, I don't want to put words in your mouth. What did you think?
I thought he was running towards whatever was going on.
Did it make sense to you as a teacher working at that school that the school resource officer would go towards what was going on?
Yes,
And in your experience as a teacher, is the school resource officer there to protect the
Yes.
people on the campus? Are they there to look out for the welfare of the people on the campus?
yes,
Did you see when Mr. Peterson decided to go, whether he decided to go into the building or come back to the hallway between the 700 and 800?
no,
Now, you said that you heard 5 gunshots, correct?
yes,
And that you thought that they were kind of in the grassy area.
yes,
Now, you didn't see the grassy area from where
No,
you just
I
kind of
couldn't.
presumed.
yes,
In general, though, the shots were coming from the north, from the area of the 1200 building.
yes. It sounded like it was coming from right, like inside that area. And since he was running that way, I just assumed it made sense.
Got it. Now, you said on direct examination, you were asked whether the shots were inside or outside. And you stated that they were so loud.
Yes,
Did you presume they were from the outside because it was so loud?
yes,
And that's the reason you thought it was from the outside.
yes,
You were also asked about the hallway and the echo. Having been employed there for 6 years,
7 years.
7 years,
I don't know.
that area is known to have an echo right there in that hallway, correct?
Which area?
Where
Over
across
here?
the end of that hallway, so the end of the hallway between the 700 and the 800 building, under the cover.
The whole hallway, yeah,
Okay.
yes,
Inside that hall, when I say inside, it's outside, but under the cover,
Yes.
there's an echo.
yes.
Is the echo, in your experience, as pronounced as you get north of that area when you're outside the covered area?
I have no idea.
Okay, fair enough. Did you also think that they were gunshots, not only based upon how loud they were, but the succession of the noises?
Yes,
And with your familiarity with gunshots or guns, did you think, what kind of gun did you think you were dealing with?
a big one.
A big one, okay.
I had no clue. I just knew it was big.
Okay. Now, ultimately, after you hear those shots, you run back to 702, your classroom, correct?
No,
You don't go inside, but you run back to that area, correct? I'm asking.
I ran past that area.
Okay. You saw students, though, and you basically said,
I
run.
told my students to run in the opposite direction.
So
just
run south.
towards the courtyard, yes.
And I'm going to go back to States 1. Now, from the area of 702, where did you run to? You were tracing right now.
We ran here.
In that building too, right there.
Yes.
Why did you tell your students to run in that direction? I know, silly question, but.
No, well, I was afraid to go back into my classroom because in my quick thought, if the gunshots were here somewhere, if this classroom door is unlocked, I thought the gunman can come into this classroom right here. And this classroom, which is, I think, 701, is attached to my classroom.
So it's actually
702.
connected by.
They're connected. And it's also connected to 703 and 704. It's like a suite. So there's like 4 classrooms that are all connected.
By a couple doors.
Yeah, you can go. So I figured if there's something going on there and they were to come in to that side, they would come into this classroom and then come right into my classroom. And I felt like that was not a good option.
You were telling your students to run to protect them.
Yeah, I told them to just run as fast as they can to the other side, which should lead them out to here and hopefully out.
Okay, and is that what happened?
We all ended up being stopped when we got to the main office and they told us to run into buildings and take cover. Because, yeah, it was just chaotic.
Is that what you did?
Yeah, so we ran into this building here, into that classroom.
In the 200 building?
In the 200 building, right there somewhere.
Now, part of being a teacher there, you received Code Red training.
Yes.
In fact, January 2018, did you attend the Code Red training?
Yes, I did.
And that was offered by the school board, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Peterson being there as well for that training? Or do
No,
you recall?
I don't remember.
Okay. Your Code Red training is to get the students into safety and for you yourself to shelter, to hunker
Yes.
down, correct?
Yes.
And it's the and you're to stay there until police response, correct?
Or we get some type of all clear from administration.
So either or, either
Either
all
or.
clear or the police come and
Yes.
get you. Based on that training, you're taught that the school resource officer, the police are going to do something, correct?
Yes.
That was your expectation, correct?
Yes.
And is that why you thought when you saw Deputy Peterson running that he was going to seek out the loud noises?
Yes.
One moment, Sean. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Based on that, you redirect.
It's just very brief. Go ahead. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Shortly after hearing the shots,
Yes.
you thought you were in jeopardy if you just stood there in the area, correct?
Correct.
You didn't think necessarily the shots were contained within a particular building, correct?
No.
In fact, I think I heard you say that you were even thinking of running into one of the classrooms in the 700 building, but you passed on that, correct?
Yes.
And if I heard you correctly, it's because you thought that the shooter or shooters could actually even come into your classroom and do harm to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for coming in. I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Based on that, we reclose.
No.
Is the witness excused?
Yes, sir.
You may step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Ives, that's it for the presentation.
That is, Your Honor, for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to press pause. Each other a few minutes earlier today. The schedule going forward tomorrow, and again, we're still vastly ahead of the schedule I originally discussed with you. Tomorrow, which is Friday, June 23rd, I'm asking you to be back at the jury room at 9:15. Tomorrow, which is Friday, June 23rd. Same admonition as always, please don't discuss the facts of the case, the evidence, or the testimony amongst yourselves or anyone else. Please do not.
Let's see if we get an idea of when this trial is going to wrap up.
Parties involved.
I can't imagine. The defense has much more to go.
Nothing on the internet, nothing
But,
on social media.
No, we'll
Y'all
see.
have a good night. I will see you tomorrow, which is Friday.
The judge gives the defendant his first notice of his official rights today, because he seemed to indicate he was going to do that. I should have done Air Force. Or, yeah, I should have done Air
We're
Force.
outside the presence of Missouri. One can be seated.
That'd been good.
State, before I start my conversation with Mr. Peterson regarding his right to testify or not, is there anything else you need me to address before we recess the trial for today?
No.
Defense, anything else you need me to address? All right. So, Mr. Peterson, I'm going to put you under oath. I'm just going to start a conversation with you here, and then I'm going to give you overnight to think about it, talk to your lawyer, talk to your family about it. And again, I'm not limiting the defense presentation, but at some point when we'll arrive, we have to make this decision, so I'm going to take care of this now. Okay, raise your right hand for me. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Put your hand on. Please state your full name.
Scot Ralph Peterson, Peterson, Scott with one T.
And Mr. Peterson, regarding drug or alcohol use, any treatment for mental illness, nothing's changed with you since the last time I had a conversation with you. Correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
How are you feeling this afternoon?
I'm doing well.
Your head is clear this afternoon.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, Mr. Peterson, you've been present throughout the entire trial, correct?
I have.
Okay. So the state's already rested their case. We're in the middle of the defense presentation. At some point, we're going to reach the conclusion of the defense presentation, and you're going to have to make a decision about whether you want to become a witness in the case or not. So I'm only going to talk to you about that, okay? And I also want to make it clear, I'm not asking you any response that's going to invade your attorney-client privilege. I just want to make sure you understand the fundamental decision that you're going to have to make, okay?
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay, so I think you heard at great lengths, we talked about it during the jury selection process. Your right to testify or not, it's your fundamental right. Okay? If you want to become a witness in this case, you get to do so. If you do not want to become a witness in this case, that's fine too. It's your fundamental decision to make. You with me so far?
I am.
Okay, so you heard, I think in jury selection, I've already read the instruction to them. If you elected to not testify, I would read that same instruction to the jury if we would have reached that part of the trial, that they're not to consider that in any way, shape, or form. It shouldn't impact their deliberations in any way. The fact that you chose not to testify, they are to put that aside and merely make a decision based on the evidence, witnesses, and testimony that's been put in front of them. Has the government met its burden of proof? Have they proven each element of each or any of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt? You with me so far?
I am, Your
All
Honor.
right. Now, if you chose to testify, there's a different instruction I would read. And essentially it says that I want you to treat Mr. Peterson's testimony the same as the testimony of any other witness. All the rules apply the same. If you find him credible, if you find him believable, I want you to believe what he told you. If you find him not credible or not believable, you can put his testimony aside. If you find some of it credible but other parts not credible, you can take the parts that you believe and you can put the rest aside. In other words, all the same rules will apply. I want them to treat you the same as any other witness. You with me on that?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
So what I want to make sure you understand, sir, is I'm sure your lawyer already has given you his best advice. I'm sure he will continue to give you his best advice. But this fundamental decision about whether you will become a witness or not, it's your decision to make. You understand that?
I do understand that.
So here's what that means. If your lawyer tells you, sir, I don't want you to testify, okay, we're winning this case, we've had 9, 10, 11 days of great lawyering here, and if you get up there and testify and you subject yourself to cross-examination, it's going to mess this whole thing up, and you're going to jeopardize the whole result. He may tell you that, and you may say, I understand what you're telling me, but I want to testify. I want to look at the jurors and tell them my version of this story that they've heard so much about. I want to tell them what happened. And if you want to do that, you don't have to follow your lawyer's advice. If you want to testify, you get to testify. You with me on that?
I understand that, Your Honor.
So the flip side of that example is also true. Your lawyer might tell you, sir, I need you to testify. All right, I need you to look at the jurors and explain your side of what's going on here. Okay? The state put on a compelling case, and there's a lot of troublesome things. And I need you to get up there and tell them what's going on. And you can say, I understand what your advice is, but I'm electing not to testify. I'm electing to remain silent. It's my fundamental decision. You with me on that?
Yes, I am, Your
So
Honor.
the point of the two examples is it's your call to make. Okay, your lawyer can give you his best advice. You can discuss it with your family. Everyone can give you their best advice, but at the end of the day, it's your decision to make. You understand that?
I understand.
All right. State, he has no priors, correct?
Correct.
All right, so there's no, we don't have to discuss anything about that. Mr. Peterson, only about this fundamental decision as to whether you would like to be a witness or not. Do you have any questions for me about anything that I've talked to you about so far today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm going to press pause at this point. At some point during the defense presentation, or if we reach the end of the defense presentation, I'm going to finish this conversation, and I'm going to ask you to have enough time to talk to your lawyer and family and think about it. If you need more time, I would probably be inclined to give you more time. And then at some point, I'm going to have to ask you, have you made a decision about whether you want to become a witness or not in the case? And if so, what that decision is, and you tell me what you want to do, and then we're going to take it from there. Any questions about any of that?
No, Your Honor, I
Okay.
understand.
State, anything else you want me to address?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So, I guess nothing else until 9:30. Okay for 9:30 tomorrow morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you okay to start at 9:30 tomorrow? Okay, so the trial's going to be in recess until tomorrow, which is Friday, June 23rd at 9:30 a.m. Division FX will be in recess until tomorrow, which is Friday, June 23rd at 8:45 a.m. I hope y'all have a good rest of your afternoon.
Okay, I thought we were going to get a little bit more on scheduling, so I guess not. I'm not sure how much more the defense has. Are we just going to go through the same cycle the prosecution did? Maybe. Just to counter them. And just put up the same cycle, but it feels a little repetitive. Maybe we'll hear from another 911 operator or something about radio issues, but we already heard about that too. So I'd probably put on more, as a defense lawyer, I'd be more inclined to put on a little bit more about the radio and radio static and radio problems and radio communication issues and, garbled communication. I might put a little bit more on that. I'd also try to think about how I can get information more about the time frame and sort of things that the defendant was doing. As to whether I put the defendant on the stand, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Most defense lawyers will tell you not to do it. Some defense lawyers will tell you it's malpractice to do it. They're so adamant against it. I am not a criminal lawyer, so I'm speaking a little bit out of turn on this one. So I'm a little bit more, unsure, but that's because it's not my practice area. I haven't been slapped in the face by reality as some criminal defense lawyers have. So my opinion is obviously somewhat not sure on this, but I'll simply note that, it's generally good practice. If you can get the testimony from someone else, you should. And, as to the defendant's state of mind and as to his observations and as to what he heard and as to the steps he took and why he took those steps and what he was thinking in the moment and the actions he took, assuming that those exist, there's really no one else other than the defendant who can testify to that. So I feel like there's some essential aspects here that can't really be gotten from someone else. Now, maybe we don't need that. Maybe we don't need it because we can poke enough holes in the state's case, but I think there's some pieces here we can't get from anyone else than the defendant. So then it just becomes a risk reward calculation, because obviously if you put him on the stand, he's going to be cross-examined every possible way. And, that could obviously blow up in your face in huge ways too. So, the jury can ask him questions. I don't know if they allow for that in Florida or not, for the jury to ask questions or not. I don't know how that works. So, yeah. So I don't know. What happened to the volume? It was better earlier. I don't know. It's well beyond my control. I don't know what to tell you. Is there problems with my audio? My audio, it's set at 100%. So hopefully my audio isn't too quiet. I move the microphone a little bit closer to my face, but shouldn't be that off. But yeah. So that's what I think about the whole thing. It's pretty interesting. All right, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. And I'm tired. So I might take a nap and then try to go to the gym because I'm tired. And yesterday when I went to the gym, it didn't go well because I was tired. So I might try to take a little bit of nap in between now and then. But I don't know. I mean, I would certainly understand a decision from the defense to put on the defendant. Um, you know, but you know what the cross will look like, so it's just a calculation. But I'd certainly think about it. But this is well outside my area of expertise. The gym, yeah, I try to go to the gym as much as I can. I've been trying to get swole. I've been posting my workouts on my community tab, and it's been going relatively well. So yeah, so I'm gonna try to get to the gym today, at least do some of my workout. I may or may not be able to do all of it depending on soreness and all the rest of it, but I'd like to get some workout done. Let's see, hypothetically, what am I supposed to do today at the gym? Let's take a look. Let's see, hypothetically, what am I supposed to do today? Okay, I'm supposed to do back extension machine. I'll do bench press machine, fly machine, row machine, seated leg curl, calf raise. I'm supposed to do squats today too. I did squats yesterday. Damn. And one arm overhead press. Shit. That's a lot of stuff. I'm beat. That's 8 things I'm supposed to do with the gym today. Ooh. I did squats yesterday. It wants me to do squats again today. Damn. Can't get a break. No sit-ups. I am not in great shape. So I'm overweight. So any sort of body weight is out of the question. Any sort of plyo is out of the question. Any sort of impact based cardio is out of the question. So biking is fine because no impact. Elliptical is fine because no impact. But any sort of body weight exercise, any sort of plyo is out of the question. So sit-ups, push-ups, anything like that is out of the question. So we just do machine based right now and work on the rest, right? So we do what we can, and that's what I can do right now. So we do that, and we push ourselves as much as we can, and maybe when we're in better shape, we'll bring in some body weight. But for the moment, body weight and plyo and impact-based cardio is out of the question. So we'll just do weights and non-impact cardio and call it a day. Yeah. You have to do your best with what you have, right? You do your best and forget the rest, as Tony Horton used to say. It's like, what can I do? I always liked Tony Horton, with the Beach 90 and stuff like that, and P90X and stuff like that. I remember he told a story one time of, it was P90X, I think he said, and he said that he had one client, or maybe it was a testimonial for someone who did it at home, but he said that he had a client who he did nothing but marching in place, and that's all he did for P90X at start, because that's all he could do, right? P90X is all about plyo, it's all about moving, it's all about jumping around and push-ups and stuff. And like, this client is so out of shape, all he did was march in place, and then eventually he got better and better and better and was able to do the proper workout. And I'm like, man, if all you can do is march in place, you march in place. And my P90X and Tony Horton's like, I'm proud of this guy. I'm like, yeah. It's like, that's what you can do, right? So right now, what I can do is I can do weight training, I can do non-impact cardio, and that's about it. And I'm happy, and we're making progress, and things are improving, and I'm kicking ass and taking names. And maybe the rest will wait for another day. So, good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, gotta walk before you can run. Exactly. When you're as overweight as I am, you do what you can for what you got. Do I swim? No, I don't like swimming. I do have a pool available to me, but I don't like swimming. Uh, no. Also, I'm not really great at swimmer. I can do basic swimming, but I don't really stuff. Yeah. So, yeah. So we do what we can. And yesterday I wasn't able to do leg curls, and I wasn't able to do cable low to high because I was just beaten to crap. I was tired as shit, but I still did squats and some other things that I logged. So I still made progress yesterday. So I did what I could yesterday. I was tired as shit. I was tired when I went to the gym, incidentally. I was tired when I went to the gym, and I'm like, I'm going to try to push through this. And I did. I pushed through it as much as I can. And I'm like, I'm beat and hungry, and I want to go have Chinese food now. So I did that and made progress. Yeah. So yeah, we're making progress. We're doing fine. I did like 240 or 260 on squats yesterday, which is pretty good. You know, it's not like gonna win any competitions, but you know, it's respectable. At least in my humble opinion, it's respectable. So we're making progress. Yeah, my hand, I just have some I just have some repetitive stress injury, you know, from typing and stuff. So I just have this sleeve on. I just put it on from time to time. This isn't really due to the workout. This is due to 20 years of typing on a keyboard. So every once in a while, my wrist flares up, and I just put on this to help it stabilize a little, and it helps. Yeah. So good times. And I'm tired as shit right now, and I want to go to bed. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to go to the workout. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, I really appreciate people who encourage me and support me on my journey. You know, I get a little bit irritated sometimes when people are like, you know, it's like, well, this is the optimum way to do it. I'm like, look, I'm doing something that's working. It's like, but I appreciate people who support me. It's like, you know, we're doing something that's working and making progress. And until that stops being true, you know, we'll just keep doing this. Is it optimal? It's working. Just do. We don't want perfect to be the enemy of the good, right? We don't want perfect to be the enemy of the good. What we're doing is good. Is it perfect? Probably not. Is it good? Yes. Let's press on. Is it 24/7 gym? No, it's not. In this particular case, no. It's a nice gym, though. It's got pretty much every piece of equipment you could want. So it's got, you know, pretty much everything. So, yeah, we got a long way to go. Pedialyte or liquid IV in the gym is not a bad call. I'd love to be able to get to a 405 bench. I'm not sure if that's possible or not. I'm 42. Probably it's possible. It's probably possible, but it's going to take some effort. I'd love to get to a 405 bench. That would be cool. So that's sort of my dream, the 405 bench. We're a lot of steps away from there. Maybe someday if we try really, really hard. We're probably a year change at minimum away from that, but maybe if we try hard enough, we can do a 405 bench because that'd be kick-ass. We'll see. We'll see. That's 4 plates, by the way, in case anyone's wondering why that specific number. All right, I'm going to sign off for now. I hope you've had a great day. I've been on civil law. Until later, my friends. I look different? Oh, that's nice. Thanks. I do think I look a little bit different. I think I'm looking a little thinner in my face. I think my second chin isn't quite as severe as it used to be. So yeah, I think I'm making a little bit of progress. We obviously have a long way to go. Let's be honest about it. But hey, any step in the right direction is nice. We'll do what we can. And then one day I'll be swole law. And I'll talk to you about body, and then I'll do Supreme Court reviews in between sets. That'll be good. I'll set up camera at the gym. It'll be the weirdest fitness TikTok in the history of time. Hi, I'm here. I'm Swole Law. Today we're going to be doing 405 bench, and in between my reps, I'm going to be discussing this U.S. Supreme Court case. Let's get shredded. In the case of Perez versus United States. Yeah. That's right. Be doing Supreme Court Justice Kennedy. One more push. All right, I'm gonna sign up for now. I'll talk to you guys later. I'll talk to you later. Bye bye for now.